All right. Oh, now we're active.
I don't know. I'm watching the YouTube thing, and I haven't.
No,
Let me
no,
refresh it.
listen. The live, the up in the corner timer just went on. It just started.
I just refreshed. Hold on.
I'll do that too.
Let me hit the play. That will get an echo. Wait, we got an echo. Hold
We
on.
do.
Hold on. I'm playing it.
Well, it says live in the box now. Huh?
Man, it's doing some weird stuff.
Yeah. Maybe that's a what do you call it? Shit tonight or something.
Okay. Anyway, it looked like it was trying to work or something.
Yeah.
It's doing some weird
Yeah.
shit.
Well, now it actually has the little red tag. It says live on it, and before it didn't.
Yeah, you're a minute in.
A minute in, huh? I can't even get this fucker in the full
We
screen now.
actually started an hour ago.
Well, it's got the number of people watching it. One. That's you. My part works. Let me see. I'll go back here into my channel. I don't know why the fuck that happened, man. Uh, YouTube. I'll go on the regular YouTube. There's one. Uh, put your channel on. Put this one on. Yeah, there we go. I got you now. You're on YouTube now. I already had the echo canceled. Yeah.
All right. Let me turn. I've got the YouTube pause. Let me turn it on. It's going to echo, but let me turn.
We're on right now. I don't know what the hell happened. Well, I ain't gonna get credit for the time I've been on here. Shit.
No, you're an hour behind.
Good thing I put 8 beers in the refrigerator. Shit.
No,
Oh well. Yeah,
it's
I
only
don't gotta
nine.
be.
It's 9:30 on a Friday night for you.
Hey, yeah, yeah. And we're both married. What are we gonna do?
All right.
Shit. Hmm. Yeah. No credit for a whole hour, man. Well, yeah, I don't get credit from YouTube even though I was watching on StreamYard. Hmm. Matter of fact, that fucking blows.
We must
Maybe I
have had
should.
like four days straight last week when it was in the 90s, and I thought,
Where's
man, this sucks.
my phone? Went somewhere. What the fuck? Oh, I gotta put it away. You got David's thing there?
David's thing.
You got David's
It's Philippine
messenger?
American. No,
Well, just type
no.
in the Philippine American couple, and his name will come up. I should do that countdown thing. Huh? Huh, that was very strange. Never saw that happen before.
When when
You
I
might,
go when I go to your YouTube side and I hit the play button, it's
yeah,
doing weird stuff. Like it's advancing and then it's retarding. It's advancing. You know that little bar down below?
yeah, yeah.
It's doing weird stuff.
Well, mine's perfect now. I mean, I got it here on YouTube, and there's
All right, let
no
me go over
hiccups.
there. I'll refresh it.
It's a little behind, of course, because that's just the way it is.
Nothing wrong with a little behind.
Yeah, I had a cousin got mad at me once because he was in Ohio. He was hitting on this girl for like a couple of months. And he says, "Hey, you got that shit last night, didn't you?" I said, "Yeah, man." He said, "I've been working on that for 2 months." Huh. Well, let me put a good word in for you. I mean, that chick was super, super cute, dude. Super fucking cute. You know, my cousin's stepsister from her marriage. All of us around the same age. So she's talking. She's in another bedroom. She's talking. We're doing it. Yeah. And then I went there a couple years later, and the chick changed. She had huge hooters, man. She had a bigger body, and
Did she have an operation?
nah, man, just gained weight. 'Cause I could hold that ass in one hand underneath. It was just, mm. And but I'm glad the way it turned out like it did. It was a rough learning for me.
Isn't it funny now that we're older and we see like young people, especially young women, and we can tell what they're going to look like when they get older. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Uh-huh.
They're like, man, once you start gaining
I
weight, man, it's going to be all
I
over.
I could have went there very easily when I could have stayed there for number one, but tell me, I'm homesick, and I don't know why, because my parents were both shouters and all kinds of bullshit. So the day I got back, I thought, why did I fucking leave, man? Like I had I had brothers that I never had before. My cousins, my
Oh, when
uncles.
you went to Ohio, you mean?
Yeah, my youngest cousin was a year younger than me. There was one a year older than me. Plus, I had the two older ones that were like when my cousin Tim was 13. They
You
were
had a
like Mike.
ready-made family there.
Yeah, Mike and Joe. Mike and Joe were like 16 and 17. Joe is very cool. He lives in Connecticut now. Works for a, casino, but he's about 66 now, and it was just my auntie there and my uncle. I I I feared and loved my uncle way more than I ever did my father because he let you know, don't make me come up there one more time. I'm gonna come up with the belt, messing around. And sure enough, he'd do it, but you didn't complain it because he told you, and he wasn't an asshole about it like my dad was. He just, you understood where your place was. And my Aunt Martha was more, I loved the schoolwork we had, the books we had. They were easier to learn from, and I always felt like once that new kid in town shit wore off, I used to think to myself, what am I going to do? I kind of felt poor all the time, and I didn't realize it though, but my uncle was getting more money because he had minor children. So, they give you more. Only I didn't know that then because the first two graduated from Central Catholic High School. The football name was the Saints, and then my cousin Tim went there for a while, but he had to get out of there. He probably didn't have no more money. He went to public school then. My cousins were altar boys. They were all, we were the biggest freaking hellraisers, man. But I had fun, Even when my uncle busted us, when I was 14 and my cousin was 13, we're drinking at the bar. You there, Kiko? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm on the phone with
Okay.
my mom for a
So,
second.
so when I saw my uncle come up to that bar, I knew to keep my distance. I went out the side door. My cousin Steve was getting open hand like you remember that cartoon with Abbott and Costello? They go bye bye. He had big hands too. My uncle did. I could see my cousin bracing for another blow. I wanted to start laughing, but that wouldn't have been no good. But I'm kind of like, I'm waiting to go, like, do it now, do it now. And when my uncle said, you get up, You come from Milwaukee. You think you can do what you want? I said, no, sir. He said, you guys go upstairs. I stayed like 15 feet in front of him. I ain't, I see the size of the hands, and I see him freaking teeing off. Because the more he talked, the angrier he got. But my great uncle's a good guy, man, a good man. I respected him and loved him more than I ever did my own parents.
So, did you ever
But,
go back and visit them once you
oh
were
yeah, all the
done living
time.
with them? Or
Yeah,
all the time.
when I lived with him, I was sixth grade. So I went to school with my brother-in-law. Well, he's not my brother-in-law anymore, but he was always my friend. I knew him since I was like six. He was my
Now, how's he
he
your
was in,
brother-in-law? Is it married to your sister or what? Or
yeah,
your
man. No,
ex-wife's brother or what?
she dropped him. No, it was my sister, my younger sister's husband.
Oh, okay.
And
And you were friends with him.
yeah. We went to. You couldn't get him to do no hell raising though. He was pretty religious. Um, he's
So
always
why'd your
been a
sister
friend.
dump him?
I don't know, man. Yeah, she was like the holy roller. Yeah, I don't get it when women say, "Oh, he's a good man," this and that. He's and then all of a sudden they change.
You know
But
that old
anyway,
saying, "Nice guys finish last," right?
he was always been my friend before that. I've known him almost as long as my sister, but I don't know what happened behind closed doors, but I gotta believe this shit. Some of her friends must have got inside her head. But my auntie raised her for, because my sister was in trouble up here with the Spanish dudes. And she went down to my Aunt Martha. My Aunt Martha used to say, your uncle used to beat me, you know, and I'm 12 years old, and I'm thinking, I can see why. I'm thinking, because he's my blood. What do you think I'm gonna go? Fuck that. But she was a good woman. She was a good, she had a yapper. My uncle let her do all the parenting, but she got on my case once for something because I usually was the one devious little fucker doing shit. But one time I didn't, and she was my uncle heard because he always listened. He always listened, but she did all the parenting. And I said, Auntie, I swear to God, you swear to God. I said, yes, I didn't do whatever it was. And my uncle got off his chair and came in. When my uncle got up to leave,
Shit was
so
about to hit the fan.
yeah. When my uncle he planted his ass in that chair in the living
That's
room.
why they say, "Don't make me get out of this chair."
And his favorite thing was the Pirates. I didn't understand why till recently because when they came to America, they lived in Pennsylvania. South, whatever, I forget,
Right.
28 miles south of Pittsburgh.
Hmm.
So, my uncle sat in that chair and he go, did you see a commercial for a car? And he go, fucking working man, he can't buy that shit. Jesus Christ, he's bitching you, this and that. He'd go on his thing. Nobody bothered him, you know. And he got up, came in the kitchen. He goes, "You leave him alone. You've been picking on him since he got here." And I thought, "Oh fuck yeah, this is cool." And then she said, your uncle used to beat me," and I'm thinking, "I'm
Why
not."
are you telling me this?
Yeah. You ain't getting no sympathy from me. I'm thinking, but she was good. She was a good mother. She put it that way, She was a good mother. Hey, David.
Which I have been.
David. David, were you thrown by the delay? Uh, Kiko? Tell him what happened
No, the YouTube. Did you go to the YouTube and see that it wasn't on yet or something?
Yeah, it wasn't on yet, but I was.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we've been
there?
here since 8:30. It's just that YouTube never started for some reason,
Yeah.
or he didn't
So
press the right button or something.
so what I think happened was, I don't know what happened, but it says that live thing up in the corner wasn't on before or nothing. And me and Kiko been here for a while, and I tried to reboot, a refresh, and wouldn't do it, so I shut it off, and it came back, and then it started working. Because what it is when I try to get ahead of the game here, and I put YouTube on when I post the link, and I cut it out too early, because when you do that, it'll still come up with a YouTube page. So that one I got rid of, apparently, the one I should have kept. So I was talking about my aunt and uncle, and if I'd have stayed there, I could have worked at the aluminum plant, Barmet. It's called. I think it's an Acola company. It's like the only employer in town, and I could have worked there making good money. I lived with
Well,
my
you're
aunt and uncle.
probably better off with what happened.
Oh, I
You
am. I
wouldn't, you
am.
wouldn't be retired right now if you would have.
No,
It would
yeah.
have been different. So,
Well, it would have totally been different because I can't. I can't say. It's just that I missed out what I missed out on because I was on the right road with them. You know,
right.
for being a better person. Period. And
Well, you had
that's
to
why I
go
love.
through the school of hard knocks
That's why I loved them
to
so
get where
much.
you
Man. I
are.
could have.
So,
They were. We had to do our chores on Saturday mornings because our neighbor Glenn, my aunt would go riding around, or whoever wanted to go. They drive through the countryside. We go to apple cider stands, and this one time we didn't go, and we got the hell out of the house. When we were done, we took off because we go exploring. My cousin Tim was big on that because they had to cut through the mountains in the valley to put the freeway in. And we got out of we left so she couldn't be asking us to do other shit. But while she was gone, they must have took her car, and somebody went with him. But he was our neighbor. My uncle never got pissed. He was never jealous. But my auntie, we took his car to the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad had put up these backstops so you could play baseball. You know, and we took Glenn. We took the neighbor's car. It was a '65 Bonneville or something like the '64, and we went doing donuts on that field, and then we overheated the car, so we're all pissed. We're pissing in the radiator and shit. I opened the door. I opened the door. My cousin Tim, he's hanging out. My cousin Steve's in the back. Tim's driving. He's hanging out the back door, about to fall out of the car. But he took the rap for all of it. You know,
yeah.
And Glenn wasn't pissed. Glenn, when he found out he had cancer, I came down there on vacation when I was like 16, and we going on Glenn's house, and Glenn, they said, Glenn, can I use your car? Sure, go ahead, take it. But he would have never said that shit back when we were kids, you know. But we found a possum. We found a raccoon, I think, or a possum. And his place he stayed in was the ground was the floor was level with the ground. There was no basement,
Mm-hmm.
and there was a raccoon in there had its babies. So we tried chasing him out, and his son Rick. He had two sons, Rick and Jeff. Jeff was a loser, man. Jeff was an asshole. So Rick got this baseball bat, and he was clubbing that fucker, man. I mean, he was hitting him.
Inside the house?
Yeah, because he got the raccoon got in the cupboards underneath the floor because it was ground floor. He opened the door, and he was wailing on it. Any one of those swings would have had a home run, man. He was hitting it hard, and it took forever for it to die. And it took a shit and it died. But we tried getting him out, best as we could. We didn't know, but I had good times there, man. I missed my uncle. My uncle's funeral was the first funeral I ever cried in openly in front of people. And I wasn't that worked up about it. My auntie died 6 months before that, and I cried a little. But when I was in that church and he come that usher come back to the last pew, and we were the first one. I told my cousin, I said, "You go before me." He wouldn't do it, you know. And I went up, and as I was watching that, I was watching that casket go down the aisle. It had an Italian flag on it, you know, and I started losing it. You know, I don't know why, but my oldest cousin Joey come up, you know, he put his shoulder on my arm after it was done because he knew, you know, he knew that was the first time I ever did that in front of people, and I wasn't even worked up for it, you know. It just happened, and I told my cousins so many times in the past, uh, you know, they thought my dad was such a nice guy, this and that. I said, Joe, man, your parents were way better parents for me than mine ever were. We did devilish shit. Tim would when he would we were like 13. You know, my cousin Joe had his 8-track player, and he had the Guess Who on there. So we'd be, you know, he was cranking all these tunes, and thing is, the problem was that we didn't run the car. We stole it a couple of times, and his bedroom was right up above it. But we wore the battery out, and the first person Joe would yell at for was Tim. He didn't bother with nobody else. He knew it was him. Oh my God, Tim was a fuck up, and he's still a fuck up. The dude just never learns. He's like my sister. He justifies these stupid actions to make it okay. And Mike was only one. Mike was about 6 freaking 2, like 300 some pounds. That reminded me of the Abbott Costello cartoon, and Mike would just slap him in the head, and my uncle would say, "Mike, don't do that. Sorry, Dad." And Tim looked like he wanted to charge him, but he knew he'd lose. You know, it was a cool time in my life. You know, I mean, I made a lot of bad decisions. That would have been, who knows, man. You know, I might have had 14 kids or none. You know, but my cousin Steve that's a year younger than me, he is he's not stupid. He's freaking smart, but yet he collects aluminum cans for a fucking living. You know, so I don't know. I don't know what happened to him. I never had
I
an
was
opportunity.
I was thinking about one time. I said, if go back to a certain age in your life, where would you change? You know, what age, if you know what you know now, what
Oh
age would you have start making different decisions? For me, it was probably 16. You know,
well, if I would have stayed there, I was 12 into 13. Um, if I'd have stayed there, I would have been a better person. It wouldn't have took me so long to do things right. It wouldn't have taken me till I was 58 years old or whatever. You know, I
because I
missed.
figured at 16 is when I let my hormones outweigh my mental
But see,
abilities.
my uncle, my aunt and uncle, you still had to respect them no matter how old you were. So if I was 16 there, there were still rules, you know, and I didn't dare. I never disrespected my uncle. You know, I never. And that was no way because that was the next best thing to my grandfather.
Oh,
You
if
know,
I have no problem. My parents were great parents, and you know, you had to respect them. I mean, you know, my dad, you get it upside the head. I never got upside the head, but I was
but
smart. My older
we had
brother, he pushed the envelope. He always got his ass whipped, you know, because he was
we
dumb.
we had such great love. We had so much love that we weren't mad when they put the foot down. You know,
Yeah.
it wasn't. It was. You knew it was for your good.
Yeah.
You know, now my auntie, she might do a little bit overboard, but my uncle, you know, they were just they were the kind of parent. There was like a prototype for parents. You know,
But see,
my
that
uncle.
stuff doesn't go over nowadays. It's like, especially, I don't know,
God,
my Philippine wife, she tends to want to always, baby the kids, even though now they're young adults. We got an 18 and a 20-year old, and I'm like, look, they got to start making their own mistakes because if you don't have to pay for your own mistakes, you're never going to learn anything in life. You're going to go on your whole life being a
like
victim. And I'm like,
you know what,
if they
you
want
know
something, they need to work for it.
when when you people say, oh, like me too, I'd say, nah, I wasn't nothing like my dad, but I was a little bit, but you always hear people say, well, because that's the way he was raised, and you think bullshit, but it's true. It you I picked up stuff from him. I just didn't whoop the shit out of my kids like he did.
Yeah.
But it took me until I was sitting there, and I looked up and I thought to myself, I used to get these because I was very successful with the coaching, at the baseball. Everybody wanted kids played for me, all this shit. I let it go to my head, and I'd start bragging about myself. Well, every day, every weekend, I went in a bar. I go, yeah, man, we won another one. This one guy said, "That's all you talk about." And I thought, I don't know, so what? Because my father never praised me for shit. By the time he got around to trying it, I didn't need him anymore because I knew he was a dick. You know, he'd come put his arm around me and this and that. You fucking lost me when I was 5, and it never got better. And when he tried to make it better, but when he did, I knew the damage was done. So when I was married, the only thing I fucked up with was I was a shitty husband because I was like my dad. I would want I wanted you around when I needed you to be around. Otherwise, I didn't need you around. You know, that's how he was. But if I like I always say, if I hadn't had my life go the way it was, and I have 5 great kids, I wouldn't be here near tonight.
But these people that say, "Oh, I'm best friends with my kids," no, you're not. You're not supposed to be friends with your kids. You're their parent. You know, they don't need another. Like these women that have a teenage daughter, and the women try to hang around with their daughter and her friends. To try to relive their youth or something. I'm like, no, a parent needs to be a parent, and a child needs to be a child. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
at least that's the way I was raised.
David knows something about that. Huh?
I know something about everything.
Yep.
I'm
Yeah,
the most intelligent person
because
on this
you're the white knight. You're the pro white professor.
white professor. That's right. I'm the
Like
wolf.
the old saying, intelligence is relative. Just none of my
That's right.
relatives.
So when it comes to doing all this shit, I apply I apply with my aunt and uncle the way they did it. Um, my mother and father, I couldn't learn anything from either one of them. Matter of fact, my cousin Danny was on here. Well, I got him on Messenger, and he's like, "Well, your mom's worried about you, and she said she loves you very much." She's saying that shit because I told my dad when I went out last time I went out with my dad. He's like, she, my mother had told him he had to apologize to me and my sister. I told my dad he didn't have to say sorry to me because it's done, man. I ain't bringing any of that shit back. And that's when I had a hard time when he died because in the back of your mind you think you still got forever to make it right, but when they're gone, and you can't do it no more. When that reality sets in, it really fucks you up. So I told him, I said, you know what? I said, Mom's the one that when I was sitting in that floor inside the door of the apartment, I didn't have nowhere to go. And my mom, my sister Julie, and her husband, a family friend, we grew up with these guys, and her husband and kid were there. And why they were, I don't know, because his parents had a whole house. So my mom says, "Well, you can't stay here." I said, "I don't have anywhere to go." She goes, "I don't care. There ain't no room for you." I thought, what the fuck? So when I reminded her of that, now all of a sudden she loves me so much, and this and that, the other thing, you know. I was closer to my auntie and uncle than I ever were to my mom and dad. Now I ain't gonna tell them that because, like I told her, you can't make this shit right. You know, he's 80. When he was 85, he just turned 85. About 6 months before he died. Last time I saw him, you can't get anything out of it. There's no reparations, fucking money or whatever. It fucked your life up. It's just such a huge scope of shit, you know. But I gotta say that it you know
All I know,
I
I
got
can't blame my parents for the way my life went because I made all my decisions, and I believe I need to pay the price for my decisions. It's nobody else's
right.
fault. I had the best upbringing I could have asked for.
Led
But
Zeppelin's got that. No fault of mine. No, no,
yeah,
no, no, no. Right back. Like David talked to
I mean, they taught me right. I was just the one that screwed up the times that I did screw up. So I think it was I had a math teacher one time. And he said, "If you don't make mistakes, you're never going to learn anything." You know, and he was referring to math problems, but that goes with life.
Yeah. You only learn by
It was
doing.
like when I was good at math, so they'd want you to show the work, every step how you got it. And I'd just give the answer. And he said, "Well, how'd you come to the answer?" I said, "I did it in my head." He said, "Well, show me on paper," because
See, you know
the
what?
people who are having a hard time had to do step by step.
You know what? You know
And
what?
I said,
I
what's the use if I get the right answer? He said, "No, I want to see how you got the
no,
answer."
they yeah
You know,
that. See, I didn't realize that in school, but all that math and whatever that was, it didn't know if you knew what the answer was. You had to explain how you got it.
right? Show the process, right? That
So,
was
but
that was
but
the
I
main
was
thing.
never, I wasn't never. I don't recall ever hearing somebody say that to me because I thought, well, so what if I get the answer? I still don't know any more than I did before that.
Yeah.
But in Ohio, there the classes they had a workbook, and it was easier for me to learn. Now the math thing never was. I don't know if I'd have been able to cut that even there, but my they had me. I never missed a day of school.
I tell you what, probably one of the best teachers I ever had in my life was my math teacher. I probably had him ninth, 10th, and 11th grade. And the guy, he was also like the sports coach. He was the baseball
Mm.
coach, the basketball coach. Uh, he was a good man, but he demanded and he had respect from everybody,
Hey,
because he
hey,
practiced what he preached. He knew his stuff,
dude,
and he taught you math.
uh,
You know,
hey. When I was in, I'm sure I said this, but and I should have. I worked with my classmate's brother at the bus company for a while, but I had a teacher, gym teacher, Zarapata. He was about 5 foot, shit, 5'5". But he was a tough fucking. He was a tough guy, man. And he was cool though. But this friend of mine in school, Richard, the guy I worked with's brother, He ended up having a part of his leg cut off with some diabetes or some shit. But he was being a clown one day, and Mr. Serapata would say, I had him 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th grade. He came over to the high school, and he had a world class. His wife was a world class runner. I forget the name. I think she went under a different name than his, maybe maiden name. But he was mad one day, and this kid Richard, Richard was a fat kid, big kid, and he picked him up, man, off the floor. And he goes, "Listen, punk." He goes, "Listen, punk," and everybody's going, "Holy shit!" I had a not metal shop. I think it was metal shop, not metal shop, but some science class. Mr. Rupert Stitch, his name was, bald guy. He reminded me of Alan Arkin, and I was making fun of his bald. I said, "Hey man, can you turn away that light's shining off your head, blinding me, being a smart ass." I had long hair. He took me. He grabbed me by my hair and my neck, and rammed my head into that floor, into that desk like 3 times. Now today, that would have made news,
Yeah.
but back then it didn't because I knew I was the fucking idiot. So what am I gonna say? So I knew back then that was 1975 or 4 or 5. So I knew that what I said was wrong, and
And
his
this teacher was deadly accurate with an eraser, from a blackboard eraser. You could be sleeping in the back row of his class, and he'd nail you right in the head.
fucking football star. Huh?
You know,
But when you were wrong, who are you gonna go whine to? Who are you gonna whine
right?
to? Because back then,
You'd
if I
rather
fuck,
get it at school than it come home and your old
yeah,
man find out.
it's like a double whammy.
Right?
And my dad would have said, "Good,
Yeah.
just save a little bit for me next time."
Yeah.
But when I never did it again. You know, I never, I knew I was fucking off. I knew it was my fault. And when he straightened me out, it was either him or my dad. Forget about letting them both know. Man, my dad would have, oh fuck, oh, oh my god, my dad loved that shit. I think he loved to hit shit. Oh, there you go, Christian's here. Christian, you ought to come up on the channel, man. Since you haven't gotten that engine in your school right, I mean, engine in your car right, so you can have your powwow with probably the dude that's watching. Yeah, everything straight away. No, you know what? When I was in grade school, we had 40 kids in a class, and if you couldn't keep up, you got left behind, which was me. That was me. So you're going through the motions, and you're going through the motions of doing shit, knowing that 25% of 100% of the shit you should know. You know,
Yeah. And back
because
then they didn't have this gifted program or, you know, advanced placement classes. If you were smart, you were just the smartest kid in the class. And I felt kind of bad for them because they were bored. They had this. We had this one kid, Ernie. He never got less than a 99 on any test in his life. He was
uh,
just that smart. But I've kind of felt bad because there'd be days when the math teacher would have to sit there and explain every step of a problem. And some of us already got it. We're like, damn, are these guys this thick? They can't get it. But
but I was one of those guys that eventually I would do it as well as you. It just took me longer for whatever
right,
reason.
right.
For
But I
whatever
mean,
I
back
could,
then there was no way to advance faster than other students.
but
You were just the smartest kid in the
well,
class,
yeah.
and then oh well.
The teachers I had in Ohio, Mr. What's his name with Lester. Mr. Lester had a deformed left hand. Even though you knew it, you didn't snicker. Nobody laughed. You just didn't do that because if they told you your parents you were doing being disrespectful, you got cracked.
Yeah.
You're wrong. You're wrong. And
Right.
he did Our Father every morning. He was a Lutheran faith,
Mm.
and if you didn't want to do it, you didn't have to. But we started out with the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, and we did that every morning. No, if nobody complained. He told everybody, if you don't want to do this, you don't have to. And it was probably the best teacher I ever had. He gave me the paddle one time because they had the paddle back then, at least in Ohio. And we had a kid named Bernie somebody, and he was fucking with this belt I had. This belt I had a little elastic. It was a nice dress pants belt, and he kept snapping it. So I turned around and I freaking threw a punch, only I hit the wrong kid. So, so,
Damn
so
bad luck. Huh?
Mr. Lester, I got 10 whacks or more out of that fucker, and it's like he used to aim, man. You look back at him, he's like he wanted to make sure he got you in the same spot. And I never ever had to see him again for that shit.
You didn't
'Cause
one of those paddles that had the holes in them, so it was
it
more
wouldn't.
aerodynamic.
It was wooden.
Yeah, I know, but some of the wooden ones had holes in them, so
Dude,
they were
I don't
aerodynamic.
remember that, but all I
They
know
went a
is
little faster.
all I know is when I was sitting in the classroom when somebody else was out there, I could feel their pain because I could hear that slap. If
Oh man.
if he put the fear of God in you, man. I mean, if you heard that, you knew. Oh, I ain't.
Hey,
I don't want.
hey, speaking of teachers, David, how's your sister-in-law liking her experiences here in the U.S.?
Well, it's
That
interesting.
ain't good.
They are adjusting. Here's what I'm going to do. She's going to we actually bought her a ticket. So she's going to come down and hang out over Christmas break. So I'm actually going to interview her. She will not go on camera because of being afraid of reprisals about anything she says. So I'm actually going to try to interview her in detail. I'm working up questions now. And I'm actually going to do a video about the reality of her situation. But what I can say, that'll be like in January, is I want to talk about her first 6 months in America and the visa she came over on. But the other day, the latest was one of the Filipino teachers, not her, at one of the other schools was stabbed in the back the other day with a pencil by one of the students. And that girl has already hopped a plane and headed back to the Philippines.
Yeah, they've never seen rude people like we have. No, man, not like that.
So
They get more respect out of somebody that gets $20 a freaking week.
You
So the
might
real,
have to alter her voice when she's talking to you too, so they don't, find out who she is that way either.
well,
For retribution against her.
I'm not going to use her voice at all. I'm going to interview her. Then I'm going to put a video together without her voice
Right.
or image.
Yeah,
She,
So
that's a
she's,
good
the,
idea.
she's the one that had a bad experience yet, or somebody else did.
now one of the other Filipino teachers. So
Oh, okay.
the really good news is they get paid this week. This is their very first paycheck.
But
This
you know
week.
what?
But now there's a house, a brownstone, that is full of Filipino teachers that all teach at different schools.
That that person probably left because it was everything leading up to that, and that was
Well,
just icing on the cake.
yeah, it was a her, but yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Here, like I was just talking about. When that teacher whacked me, if I went home and said it to my aunt and uncle, it'd fall on deaf ears. What do you expect? What did you do? I'd have did that to you too. So you didn't mention it twice.
so when I visit with her this Christmas break, I'm going to try to get enough question and answers in that we can compare the two.
Christian, I lived through that same thing when I was in school. And my dad, my mom and dad were the last people to ask for any help. It's just the way it was there. You either kept up or they left. You got left behind. And then when you get to high school, that's when it all catches up. And then you're supposed to be in 12th grade and you're in 10th grade. That's the way it worked there. That that just you know that's just the way it was. It was having to deal with my dad like it was. I mean, he emotionally he fucking damaged me early on. My niece don't believe me when she says, "Oh, you don't remember nothing from when you were 5." That was a traumatic experience for me. Having calling these kids the N word, and then because I heard the adults say it, and then my dad to whoop the fuck out of me like I should know better. And I was 5, man. What do you know when you're 5? You know, so that was the beginning of that shit. You know? And I never told him that but I was afraid of him till I stopped putting my hands up in front of me to block his freaking swing and shit. But then he would try to be nice. He gave me the car a lot. Sometimes I'd get mad because I'd spend all day waxing it, man. Burgundy, the Sabre, and all I can say is all of us learn. We have enough sense where we learn to be better people. It's just some people it's a different you're a different speed than others. So my experiences have taught me to ask questions and to be more sympathetic to my kids when they have a problem.
And that reminds me of my brother, my next older brother. He was like what 7 years older than me. So he had a job. He was probably 20 or so, and he bought one of these new Triumph TR6s. You remember
Yeah, I know.
those little sports cars?
Yep. Yep.
And he
Very
had one
cool.
of those, and we had a garage under the house, so he'd get to park it in the garage even when he was still living at home. But he'd say, "Hey, wash and wax my car for me," So I'd go down there. I did what I thought was a great job. I'm probably like 12 years old, right? 13. I'm thinking, man, I'm getting this thing clean. It looks good. I waxed it, and got all the wax off. And then I'm all done. He comes down and he's just about like ready to hit me, you know. I said, "What the hell's wrong with?" I looked at it, I said, "Car looks great." He said, "Look, you have a belt on." He said, "You waxed my car with a belt on?" I said, I thought, you motherfucker, I did
What
all
does
this
that
work
mean?
for you. I don't even think
Action it.
well, he's afraid I would scratch his car because I had a belt, which
You
had a
never,
little belt buckle, you know.
you never wear a
He was,
belt or jeans when you wash a car.
well,
Yeah.
I'm like 12 years old. What did I know,
No, no, nothing.
I figured he asked me to do it and I did it for him. He wasn't paying me or anything. And then I do a great job and he comes down, he's about ready to hit me because I have a belt.
Yeah,
I was
as
like,
an adult,
"Look,
you
I
don't
said,
do it.
look around. I don't think I scratched your car, but if I did, I didn't mean to.
Well, well, it was his
But
mistake for having you do it in the first place.
well,
There
That's
yeah,
you
where he. That's where he
but
fucked up.
yeah, he should have did a belt check before I started, right?
Yeah,
That's right.
exactly. Hell yeah. I didn't have no brothers, man. The only ones I had were the cousins I had, and I remember my cousin Joe had catechism classes. I was kind of old for communion. I was 12. Most other kids were like 9. So I had a homework thing I had to do, and I didn't. I blew it off like I've always done. All of a sudden, the day of, my cousin Joe, he's real cool. I asked him a couple questions. He goes, "Yep, this is the answer. This." And I tell you what I remember from there. I always felt good when I was in church. I always came home. My aunt had a spread of food every Sunday. My cousin Joe would go on Saturday afternoon because he was going out to get laid on Saturday night. He'd bring a pillow and a blanket, 2 pillows and a blanket. Hey Joe, where are you going? None of your business. And I remember how I felt. and I felt good, man. And I used to stare at that stained glass when it depicts, saints in certain situations, and it just mesmerized me. And I never, when the church we went to up in Milwaukee or Cudahy, the thing is about those churches and the schools, they had the same light fixtures. Had like that, had like the orbit, like all the planets in the universe, and Earth and all the rest of them. Had these rings like Saturn, you
Hmm.
know, and no matter where you went in the country, they had them. And when I would look at them, it reminded me, it gave me a good feeling because my aunt and uncle didn't go to church, but we had to, you know. So sometimes I try to get away with it and go on Saturday. I go, look, if I do it but then what backfired was my aunt would have chores for me on Sunday, so I'll forget that noise. I'll go to communion, I'll go to catechism class. But I enjoyed my life there. I liked my life there. That was probably the first time when I was that young that I felt good about, what was happening around me.
You don't?
Because at
You remember the name of the town where you were at?
Uricksville,
What?
Uricksville,
How do you spell
Uhrichville,
it? Oh, okay.
and it was right next to a town called Denison, and they were called the Twin Cities.
In Ohio.
Yes,
Huh.
yep, in Ohio, and I went there when my cousin went to college in Pennsylvania. I think it was in Pennsylvania, because we went through either Wheeling or Weirden up there where all the steel mills are. West
Right.
Virginia one, Steubenville. I think is that Weirden or Wheeling?
Yeah, Weirton. They all have steel
Weirden.
mills along the river
So
there. Yeah.
I'm an 11-year-old kid or 12-year-old kid, and my aunt made them take me because they didn't want to take me because him and Mike went. Whatever they were. Joe was what 20, and then Mike was 19. Mike is about what 5 years older than me, or Joe, something like that. Wow, but it was a big road trip for me. I'm going with my cousin. We went to the zoo in Pittsburgh. He went to Pittsburgh somewhere. I don't know what university. He was in graphic design or something like that. And that's where I saw the county worker.
Yeah,
These
that's
spider.
probably only an hour and a half, 2 hours west of where I'm at. I'm looking
Hey,
on a map.
these county workers were working on, on the grounds in the zoo. They're sitting in a work truck, and they're teasing this spider monkey. This dude is with the sub. That fucking monkey, what? Took that thing from him. Because the guy kept teasing him with it. He took the whole thing. It's a small one, but uh, them spider monkeys, boy, when they get tired of throwing shit, they start jacking off and shooting all over each other.
The only place I've ever been in the world that had the monkeys, like you drove through and there were monkeys climbing all over your vehicle, was in Japan.
Oh
I don't
yeah,
know what park it was, but I was stationed there, and me and probably 3 or 4 buddies, we had a rental car and driving
hey,
through this park, and all these monkeys, like you said, they're everywhere.
Island.
I've never
You know,
seen that in my life, other than a zoo. I've never seen monkeys
hey,
like
do you had Woolworth stores by you? Did you have Woolworth?
that. Yeah.
Woolworth used to sell exotic animals, and this friend of mine work. He passed away last year. Dennis Brewer, his name was. He retired at 57. I thought he was. I said, what are you 62? He goes, no, fuck, I'm 57. Okay, but he was telling me a story because. That his father, every time he went to the Five and Dime, it was like every week or whatever, and he always wanted to get a monkey, despite because you could get a spider monkey. So, so he goes, so the lad, so his wife got tired. He says, "Mom got tired of hearing say that shit." So they go in there and he's feeding this monkey. The fucking monkey did something, and his dad got pissed. He's trying to reach for him. Because the monkey did something, either spit in his face or something, and he's trying to get at him. His dad was pissed, and his mom said, "How you like that fucking monkey now?" Could you imagine that, man? Oh my god, I'd have been rolling, man. I'd have got my
Oh,
ass kicked.
when you
But
were talking about the guy you said you worked with and he died, I just talked to one of my former coworkers last week, and I asked him, I said, well, since I've seen you last, has anybody died or retired? And he said, he told me this guy that died, and this guy worked till he was 74.
hmm,
I mean, he didn't have to. He could have retired at 56. But you know what I always heard is that he had an ex-wife and he didn't want her getting half of his retirement.
Yeah.
So
oh,
he just kept working and
hey,
working. He finally retired at 74. Less than 2 years later, he was dead.
we had a guy like that, and he was a cool guy too, and I didn't even know he was dying. You look at him, you wouldn't. It's a mind blowing when I saw two people in my life that said I overheard them say they were dying, and I look at him, I just stared at him, and I'm thinking, what do you mean, man? He looks okay, But we had a guy that had a young girlfriend, and he didn't want to get married again, but he married his girlfriend like 2 weeks before he died because he didn't want his ex-wife to get shit.
All right.
So uh, he didn't do it, but who knows? I might have been married to a bar floozy if I'd have went. You know, I
Should
I
have
don't know.
stayed in Ohio.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I would have worked at that factory called Bar Met. Now you got to go. Now you got to go online and just like I used to do, work for employment agencies. And if they like your work, they keep renewing it, and then eventually they hire you. But I could have got in there when I was 18, no problem. I mean, I think, but my cousin Tim worked there, and he was a fuck up, as I said.
Well, I
And
quit.
my
I
my
quit. I quit college at 19 after a year and a half. I went to Penn State for a year and a half. I was in the engineering program,
what
but
happened?
I got a job at a mill. It wasn't actually a steel mill. They refinished. They put the threads on the end of oil field pipes, so it was actually a mill. But I quit college to get
You're
that
a
job
steam
there
fitter.
because at 19 I was making $10, $12 an hour.
Aren't
That's
you a
in
steam fitter?
1981.
You
No, I
steam
wasn't a steam. No, it was the United Steelworkers Union. So,
you you worked on a lathe then.
well, I apprenticed on one for like a month, and I didn't cut the mustard. I didn't have, you know,
Yeah.
I had the
Well,
mental ability. I didn't have the
you
physical
know what?
aptitude to. But
Uh,
anyways, I got 19 years old, right, and I'm making this back in 81. 10, $12 an hour was good money,
yeah,
especially
you
I
know.
was single living at home, you know,
Yeah,
and I quit college for that because that was what I would have made as a beginning engineer if I graduated with a 4 year degree. So when you're 19, you're thinking, why go through 2.5 more years of college when I can make this money
I
now?
dude,
So
I love the smell of metal, man. I just do.
oh,
I always have. I like being around it.
well,
Machine
yeah, they
shops.
had metal lathes. I mean,
I had
they did pipe up to 18-inch
a.
diameter pipe, oil
You,
field type
you
pipe.
know what? You could work in an oil field now, but I don't know how steady it is. But right, for us now, that would be gravy. They'd be like, I could fucking work every day like that. I
But
don't give a
Tony,
shit.
when I started there with like 10 other guys, we were all young guys, most of us. A couple guys were veterans, just got out. One guy got out of the Navy. I was 19, and I had these old timers there saying, "Man, you guys don't know how lucky you are. You got a lifetime job." Because
Yeah.
I'd walk around. I was a laborer, and I'd talk to other guys in there. One guy had been there 30 years, 40 years. You know how long that job lasted, Tony?
6 months.
A year and a half. That's it. They closed that
I
place down,
remember.
moved moved to Houston, Texas, because
Well,
they could pay the people half
I,
the
re-
amount they were paying us.
I remember the times, man, because when we were in high school, it was like we were of the belief that we're going to get the same job whether we get a high school diploma or not.
Right.
So one of the friends I had, and I dropped out of South Division. I went to Bayview. One of the friends I had, I, I could have kept in contact with him. I worked with his older sister at a place called Stratec that made cylinders and keys for the auto industry. We live and died by the auto industry. But he never graduated high school, and this fucker built a $350,000 house because he was friends with this family. Last name was Tate. He started at this grocery store as a bagger, and then he was in charge of the dairy, and so last time I talked to him was probably shit way back. When was I there? For the bus company, so it was in the '90s, late '90s. And he says, I said, well, what do you do now? Because the family owned a bunch of uh, pick and save. I think Publix is just like them, the same decor. So they got to be the same company. So I said, well, what do you do now? He said, I go into the store that's not performing, and I give them suggestions. I said, well, what if they don't do that? He goes, I fire them. You know, just as like we used to say. Last time I saw him, I think was when I was 19. I saw pictures of him, but when I was 19 or 20 or something. Me and the first wife were over there on a New Year's Eve, and cool dude. Yeah, I loved his dad. He goes, "Oh, my dad's an asshole," but his dad was a joy to talk to. It's one of those things where you can appreciate the time or the situation, but unless you lived it, you really didn't know it. There's something to be said for either one. If you anybody, well, yeah, the Braves moved out of Milwaukee in '66. Well, Hank Aaron, Warren Spahn, Johnny Logan. This player Johnny Logan lived on the south side of the city like a regular guy. Man, he didn't. They didn't have all that money like the other guys did. And Johnny Logan, he's a cool guy. He knocked out Billy Martin during the game. He ran right out in the field. He freaking uppercutted his fucker, knocked him out, man. You know, so me being involved in that or being brought up in that time period when some of this was happening, I could appreciate that more than somebody that didn't, even though they tried to. There's something to be said for living that era. Because we used to love going to ball games. We'd go there and get fucked up. I mean, bleachers were a dollar. You know, after the seventh inning, you could walk in there free. And I could have had a lot more fun as a youth, but I had it pretty good because I had a pretty uh, no more than about three or four guys that I hung out with at any given time. I
I mean,
wasn't one.
there was a time, I think I was probably 12 years old. You could get a bus for $5, okay? My parents would give me a $5 bill. I could take the bus to watch a Pirate game. I get in on $1 general admission in the outfield, right? For under 16. And $1 for a hot dog, maybe 50 cents for a Coke. And
Was
so
less than
that $5, got me the bus ride up and back, 30 miles away, right? Up and back, in with a ticket, a hot dog and a Coke for $5.
Mhm. Yeah.
Those were the days.
My
And we'd get
my
two
dad,
or three or four guys together and go watch a game.
I can remember going to games only twice with my dad, and my dad would say he was a cheap fucker. He did all the shit he did, and then he was still cheap because I think he had a girlfriend or two. Which at this point in time, I told my mom I don't want to hear that shit, man. It's just it kind of figures, but he'd say he'd pick his turn. He'd say, or take me there, he'd say, "You get one soda, one hot dog. Now shut up, shut the fuck up, and watch the game." I worked. Hey, I had a job of a lifetime. I was an usher there. In '78, I was 17.
Yeah.
One game I sat out in center field with the sheriff because he used to have the county sheriffs.
Was that
You know,
called Milwaukee County Stadium?
yeah. My dad told me a story about him, and when they were building it, he'd be down with a girlfriend, fucking around, and that expanded as the years went on. It got better. The deck and the extension of left field, and I worked there, and it was cool because I got to go in the dugout. I wasn't that 17, ain't that far removed from your earlier youth, and I used to think that was the biggest deal. I'm getting paid. I sat out in center field with the sheriff, because nobody was allowed out in dead center. They usually used to black that out
Yeah.
because the hitters had a problem with the ball. And I got paid $8. I go, this is free. I'm making minimum wage, but I'm out here watching a baseball game for free, and I'm getting paid. Oh, Hank Aaron came back for 2 years, and he was kind of hitting up his last about the last 15 home runs. He was kind of going to right field a lot because I guess he was late. So all these games, I'm sitting there in left field. When I go over to right, then he starts hitting them back on the left. But I got to see Hank Aaron play here. You know, Hank Aaron was a big deal here. He loves this town, and people loved him. Even when there were times when he first came here that black people weren't cool. And everybody loved Hank. And Junior Bridgman from the Bucks Hank owned a lot of a few Arby's. And Junior Bridgman, the guy, he played for the Bucks. He owned a few franchises, I think, either that or Hardee's. But Cecil Cooper, he went to the same church my parents went to. He had on his license plates that said COOP, Coop. He drove a Mercedes, So it was probably one of the bigger things when I'm in my youth. To be rubbing elbows with these folks. Phil Negro, he played for the Seattle. I think it was one of his last teams. He's the spitball knuckleballer. Him and his brother pulling shit. He was standing talking to somebody right in the concourse in his uniform before the game. So I was, I met Bill Russell. A couple of cool things. So David, what's happening down there in Arkansas?
Oh my goodness, man, we are busy, busy people.
Why, your businesses you're into, or just
No, not business wise, just socially, I guess you could say.
Oh,
How did the weddings go?
Freezer and the refrigerator?
Weddings were good.
Yeah.
They were busy.
How's the health eating going there, man? You dropping any lbs there?
Just a tiny bit, not a lot.
You looked a little bit. I could tell.
Probably.
Hey, can you hear me okay with these headsets?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I know you always say what you say, but I think people care about you more than you think they do. So, good people are hard to find these days, and when you meet them, you like them to stick around as long as you can, possibly.
Yeah.
David, I was watching your video, David. You were talking about weddings and how the Filipinos kind of congregate to one side and the foreigners congregate to the other. And that happens. And has your wife ever mentioned the term called crab mentality?
I've been in that one just for the fun of it. What do you mean?
We talk about crab mentality weekly.
Okay, all right.
Yes, very, very familiar with the term.
You're as cloudy.
Yeah, we discuss that weekly, actually.
Because there, you go to, like you were saying, some events like that, some types of parties or whatever, and it's almost like, who is it, India, that has like the classes or the sex, the sects of society, where
Wow,
they
that's
they
correct.
don't kind of intermingle, even though they're the same nationality. It'd be like here, it'd be like the rich folks, intermingling with the folks from the everyday folks, put it that way.
Well, what it is, and you know this, is everything's a competition.
Yeah.
Like, who can have the nicest coach purse? Who can dance the best? Who can take the most selfies? Who
Yeah.
can do whatever? Who has the husband that shows up? Who's,
And who has the primo jobs? Who are the doctors, and who are the engineers, and who are the lawyers, and who holds the president position of their whatever Filipino league or whatever association they have. And they have elections, and then they have board of directors,
and
oh
which one of
man,
the Filipinos don't have to work?
right,
That's a
right.
big deal around here. If you don't have to work, then you're high on the totem pole. So, because that means you have money. But
And then we ended up, if you had like one Filipino association in your area, then there'd be a conflict, and then they'd make another one. You have to have some kind of competition or chismes, right, going on.
yeah,
So,
what
and
happens
we just kind of got with the normal everyday people. It's like it was a bunch of us who were married, and that's another distinction, David. Us, if they're married to a foreigner who's not a quote rich foreigner, right?
right.
So they are like second class to all these ones that have their advanced degrees and
So,
are doing real well here in the U.S.,
so you
right?
got people like that are here. There are some like that here too, mostly around the metro areas down there in Manila. That just they think it's like by us with a country person, Like they don't count as much because they don't know what we know. They don't live like we live and know what
Yeah,
we
like
know.
say, like we, they treat people like in Appalachia, that aren't maybe the
Yeah,
highest educated or something. They kind of look down or frown upon those type of people. And
you know
I just
what?
told my wife, and my wife is, I'm glad she doesn't want to associate like that either. Doesn't want to be in those competitions for.
We could have joined a couple. Of matter of fact, we went to the mall when she first got here, and they like smell each other out, man. Because all of a sudden here comes a lady, she comes right to us. She's a Filipina, and kind of a sixth sense for that. And she said, "Well, can I give her phone number?" I said, "Go ahead." But we never got involved with that.
And then you have people calling you, right, David, if they have a business or something, right? Because they
Mm.
got your wife's phone number from somebody, so they call you and, oh, hey, you want to support me? And I'm like, and it's like a business you have no interest in, like you're never going to
Yeah.
use.
So
You're
hey,
like,
listen,
no, I'm sorry.
hey,
They try to lay the guilt trip on you, that,
you know the bad word for me is bad word for me is support.
yeah.
I, I, I don't. That's the wrong word, man. No, I've had 5 kids. I support enough. Oh yeah,
well,
Gary, when you gonna come up when the other guys say it's okay? Come on, man. What the hell?
we have a
Well,
philosophy, my wife and I, or my philosophy. But I grew up, and I know filthy rich people, and I know the average Joe and the below average Joe.
Right.
One thing I learned in my career, though, and I really believe this, is I treated everybody in my classroom the same, which I've told when my wife got here, I don't really give a shit who any of these people are. When we have an event, because as you know, there's always drama at these events. And we have events at our house, and we have parties, and we don't care who's fighting with who who doesn't like who. We invite the ones that are good to us. And that's it. It's on you to decide whether you want to come or not.
Hey, you know what? When I was younger, I worried what other people would say to someone of lesser education, even me or whoever, and I wouldn't say nothing, or I would end up letting them demean me or whatever. But now that I'm older, if somebody did that, I put them in their place immediately. I don't, I don't give a shit. I've never been one to say, well, I'm gonna kick your ass. You know what? I ain't looking to fucking win nothing. I'm looking to leave my mark on your ass for being that way. Don't these people come around me, smiling faces, and then talk shit about somebody that's lesser or that what they feel is lesser than them. I don't. I cannot stand people talk. I'm no better than anyone else, higher or lower than where I am at. You
Well,
know,
I'm better than everybody, and I just recognize
uh,
that.
well, look at your house, man.
Or I have to be kinder to everybody. Because I
No,
recognize that I'm way up there.
no. Hey, you should be lucky we allow you on here, man.
I feel humble.
Uh, what's Gary doing? Just
But
listening? Well, get out of bed. You
but the
talk, drink of
drama-
water. What the fuck?
so we don't have any drama around us
No, you
because
never do.
we don't listen to it. We don't care about it, and I don't really give a shit. So,
Well, if you did, we wouldn't be talking about it anyway. So.
I don't give a shit. You people do whatever the hell you want.
But you know what? A lot of times somebody's afraid to say something, and I would
Well, I'm not
say,
afraid
look,
to say anything.
I'd say, look, man, everybody, their lives have been altered or changed by maybe a situation or something, or maybe they tried and it just hasn't worked out the way, they would have liked. That doesn't mean you get to sit there and look at that and go, that fucking guy, he, that guy's he don't know what the fuck he's doing. If I don't know him, I ain't gonna, I might get a little bit of a fake half a laugh, but I've learned that, and I've ran into a lot of people where my first reaction to him was like, "Oh, this guy's a fucking ass." I had a guy on my bus, a black dude, nice guy too, and you wouldn't have known it looking at him. Not that you should have, but this guy knew a lot about computers. He's telling me all this stuff, and I'm thinking, I don't even know three quarters of what this guy knows, and he impressed me. So sometimes when I would like to put that label on somebody right away as being a dumbass, that makes me feel like shit. So for a while after that, I wouldn't do it anymore. Hey, look who's coming, man! The tall drink of water.
And there are instances, David, probably that, I mean, where your wife gets to have a friend who's a really nice Filipina, but she's married a really loser American, and you really can't stand him. But his wife is wonderful, and she's a good friend to your wife.
That's correct.
So
Been there, done
there's
that.
those situations too.
Been there, done that, and I have rules about that, which is very simply: you can be friends, but we're not socializing as couples.
Yeah.
Because I excuse a lot of quirkiness in other cultures. I really do but somebody who looks like me, grew up in America, I can't do it. But if you're from another country and you kind of have some
Hey.
weirdness or something, okay,
Hey.
I get it, but no.
I gotta tell you something, man. When I was back in I used to go work out with a friend of mine from work. Went to this place called Club Universe, and we'd work second shift, so we'd go in early morning, not early morning, but like 10 o'clock. And we're talking to this other. We didn't know this other dude we're talking to. He's a you know, working a bit bodybuilder, and there was a woman in there. It just looked like you know, big, distant, beautiful, redhead, beautiful. So this guy was telling us. He goes, "Yeah, I was sitting down next to that guy over there, and I go." Man, what do you think about the tits on that girl? And the guy goes, well, that's my girlfriend.
Mm-mm.
And I'm thinking,
And
man,
you said, and by the way, are they real?
No,
that was the other guy, but he kind of was just like, hey, man, that's a nice chick. She got ooders. And, yeah, that's my girlfriend. Oh, fuck. Talk about putting your foot in your mouth. So, Gary, what's your destination here? Come on. I get
Looks
work.
like I'm heading for Thailand.
Thailand, huh? Why
Yeah,
is that?
I'm studying the language now.
Hmm. Well, that's cool. So what have you been up to, man? You got a regular lady you've been talking to for how long now?
Um, about 40 days.
Wow.
Mm-mm.
There's a guy from Australia, Mike. I forget his last name. He came up on vacation. He stopped in the Philippines, and he said nobody would walk up to him and say hi, but he's in Thailand, and right away.
Really? I'm surprised. I know
Yeah,
that guy. Um,
everyday part of life. Everyday
yeah, that's
part.
right. Yeah, everyday part of life. Yeah,
He met
He's
his wife.
nice, real nice. He's a real nice
Yeah,
guy.
yeah. The Mossy guys, the ones I know, are very nice. His wife's
Hey,
from Russia.
Gary, another one you got to look at. There's one called Johnny. There's something happening. He's in Thailand. He's a
Oh yeah,
funny Australian guy. Yeah,
The dude's in
I like
Australia.
it's called
Johnny.
Johnny.
Johnny, there's something happening.
They used to have
Okay.
another guy. They used to,
JOHNNY.
they, they used to have
Johnny,
another guy.
there's something happening. He's
They
Okay.
had,
in
a,
Thailand, and
they had another.
his girlfriend's really really gorgeous.
They had another Aussie guy. I think no UK guy Aussie. Kevin. It wasn't big Kevin, but guy died of cancer, and he was a hilarious freaking guy, man.
Johnny.
That guy enjoyed life. He ate his steak and he would life at a party. Super. Everything
Yeah.
you saw about him, if he was anything other than genuine, that you would have been shocked. It would have been a shock.
Mm.
Uh, it's one of these people that you love to be around. He died. He
Tell you what, most Aussie guys that I've ever known or met or seen are some really fun guys, really happy-go-lucky guys. I mean, they're doing
well,
something right in Australia because those
as a
guys
matter
are.
of fact, there's a guy called Sam's Chronicles.
Mhm.
His girlfriend, what's her name? I forget her name, but she's from Butuan here. So I said to him, I said, "Why don't you come live here, man? I have somebody to hang out with." And he's about 50, 54 maybe. He was in a band, way back. Uh, so nice guy, just like Mike. And there's a third guy too. Who we talked to him? Vincent. There's a couple guys.
Oh,
One guy
Vincent.
lives.
Yeah, Vincent. Yeah.
One guy lives in Melbourne. The other guy's in Brisbane. And I don't know if Mike's. I don't know where he lives. He might be around one.
He
He
lives
might,
in Melbourne. He lives in Melbourne.
oh, does he? I thought maybe
Yeah.
Sydney, but I never realized that part of that country's cold in the winter. I didn't know that. I thought because you go up to the top there in the middle where the Queensland. Uh, well, they got like their desert. It's orange. I mean, the brush is orange because it's so freaking hot. But here we are. I
Yeah, I
mean,
was surprised about that too.
there's a guy from Oregon, Lumpia Life. Him and his wife. They got all these videos out. He's been traveling all over Asia. His wife's from here, but I can't get a hold of that guy because last year I said, "Well, I'm leaving in June." I don't know when I'm going to be back, but
I'm leaving on a jet plane.
My foot's all swollen up, man.
Well, I've only known the girl 40 days, but it looks pretty positive with this one. She's older.
Days.
She's older.
How
Older, so I'll 43.
All right, you're 74, right?
Any
Yeah,
kids?
right. Yeah,
course.
she has well, one that's in college already away. And then she has a 12-year-old daughter, and then she takes care of her 5-year-old a 5-year-old boy that's her brother's son.
Yeah, good luck with that, Gary. You know who's gonna be taken care of.
But no, she's a government services
Okay.
employee.
What what part of Thailand she from?
Central. She's about 3 hours north of Bangkok because
Oh, north. Okay.
yeah, she went
Not
there the other day.
Chiang Mai?
Chiang Mai? No, that's south.
No, not Chiang
No,
Mai.
that's
It's
north.
Chai Nat. It's called Chai Nat.
Oh.
Chai Nat.
That's where the paper plates are. That's where they make the paper plates.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
Chinette.
Christian, did you have a powwow yet?
What? You need to talk to Christian about Thailand, okay?
Well, that's
He
what
can
I
inform
asked.
you.
That's what I asked him because he's in the background.
I'm studying actually the alphabet right now.
Oh, you learn
the
how to spell already?
Well, consonants. I'm studying the consonants. You know,
How many characters in their alphabet?
well, they're consonants. They have 44.
44 consonants.
Yeah,
How many vowels?
32.
32 vowels. Oh,
Ain't that a bitch? Hey, you know what? You know what? I think of Hawaiian language. They only got like 8.
I've been learning how to cook Korean food lately myself. That's what I'm studying.
They say Mandarin Chinese is the hardest language to learn.
No, and I'm waiting. Well, I'd love to fly out of here right now to go visit, but if I do, I have to do that freaking renewal shit all over again. So it's that second one where you pay the biggest price. So
Well, there's only one drawback in my relationship. Is I've been using this. I've been using this a lot.
she's married.
Yeah, there you go.
No.
Translator.
No, it's a
I've
lady.
been using a translator a lot.
It's a lady boy. Well, yeah, Gary, you can get that. You can get that translator shit so you can understand. You can speak English to it, and it translates that to her.
Hey,
In time.
hey, can you see the American Slayers comment in the chat, private chat?
No,
No.
let's see.
Someone trying to get up?
No, I
Someone
don't.
trying to get on the panel?
Oh, knock,
American
knock. Yeah, that's right.
Slayer.
Oh, I have a knock, knock joke for you.
Uh-oh.
Oh, my.
You know about Gary. Before you start that, you know what I want to hear? I want to hear them jokes out of the book where you said a lady was yelling for a cat, and the fire department showed up or something.
I don't
Remember
know.
that one?
Yeah, I remember. I can't. I have to look for it.
You didn't throw that book out, man. That was hilarious.
I forget all the
No,
good jokes
definitely.
I've heard. I've
Well-
heard some really good ones.
I'll tell you this one. This guy and girl going together, and the girl got in his car, and she said, and she looked real sad, and he said, "What's wrong?" And she said, "My best friend Susan died." He said, "Oh man, that's really sad. I'm sorry to hear that." She said, "Do you think you can tell me a joke that would make me feel better?" You know? He said, "Yeah, I got one for you." And he said, "Knock, knock." And she said, "Who's there?" And he said, "Not Susan."
Hey.
What's
Darkest
happening,
one.
ladies?
What's
Hey.
happening, bro?
Oh,
Yeah,
my.
How you doing with that?
Are
Christian,
you
you
the
have a
American
problem
Slayer, or is that someone else?
with the Slayer. Remember that, man? What's
Oh,
going
this is
on
the
in Washington?
professor.
What's going
Yeah,
on in
where's the
Washington State?
Not the sun is out. I'm about to head to the casino.
Hey, when you
Oh, are you?
how's your medical thing going? Where you at on that?
Well, I gotta get my. They're working on my uppers right now, so they're gonna knock my ass out on Thursday or whatever it is, and I'll pull the rest of these teeth out the top, and then set it up for some denture implants, and then on the 21st I got a CAT
Implant?
scan.
You got the money for implants?
I'm a veteran.
Damn, you get oh fuck, you gotta have prettier teeth than everybody too. That ain't right.
Hey,
And implants are expensive. Yeah.
they look here.
Or on the tooth.
You're supposed to take advantage of all your benefits. If they gonna give anybody dentures, they gonna give a veteran some damn dentures,
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
well, I guess I gotta drop mine first.
right?
You already paid for them with your service.
I'm on my
That's
work
right.
one.
And most of my shit was broken eating that food.
Mm.
You know what? Teeth.
You don't want to keep talking like Mike Tyson?
No, Pichico.
Champ, I'm the champ. I'm walking, I'm talking. I'm the champ.
Oh, that mic is up now. Yeah, so after that, they thinking about doing some vascular surgery to clear the arteries.
I
You know,
eat
in
your
the upper
children.
thigh.
I eat your children.
What's up, David? Kiko? Big brother Gary?
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
were you having surgery too, Tony?
I did. I had my
He already had
uvula
it done.
removed. I had most of my uvula removed.
That
Oh,
is
gee.
vagina work on.
That's your gag reflex, too.
Yep. What was happening? That's a little punching bag looking thing, the top of your throat and the back. What was
Yeah.
happening was,
Tony, Simon's down there knocking.
yeah, no.
Tony, that means your days with the lady boys are over. No more gag
Yeah,
reflex.
I'm afraid so.
What's up? Good show.
Well, only allowed
Hey,
6 in there. Toxic.
everybody's coming up except for
Anyway,
Slayer.
What's up?
What's up?
anyway, what was he talking about? I forgot already.
But Gary, the thing about the Thai language is that you can say the same thing in 3 different tone layers,
Oh,
and it can
yeah.
mean something else.
Yeah.
I'm sure
Yeah.
that I'll be. I'm
Hey.
sure that I'll be.
He'll be pissing a lot of people
I'll
off.
be
it's
thinking
no-
I'm saying one thing and I'll be saying something else.
Yeah, no. It's
Yeah.
Italian. Italian's the same way. It depends on what on how loud you speak, what the particular conversation is, and how you use it. It sometimes if you take a cab and you say okay let's go, and the guy and he's taking his time still outside the cab talking, and you elevate your voice, then that word has a different meaning. It becomes
Well,
it,
yeah, it has the same meaning, but it's a different,
it
different.
changes it.
It's a
It
different.
changes it. It changes it from a friendly when we're gonna go to, hey
Yeah,
mother.
like the word yo.
Yo.
Like also, like who are you? Who are you? You know, you can say who are you?
Hosting.
Very nice. Or who are you? You know.
Who.
And you need to learn to count in Thai then.
Yeah, I'm starting out actually with the. I'm starting out with the
Book for dummies.
alphabet.
Yeah.
Right.
Christian,
and
how they say
then-
mo money.
Mo money.
I'm not even.
Mo money.
I'm not even.
I don't.
I'm not even concentrating on pronunciation yet. That's my last thing.
What's that?
I don't remember that. But
You're
I
not concentrating on pronunciation. Of course,
But
you
I
have to
can,
pronounce.
I can count to 10.
Yeah, I'm gonna learn
What's
that.
the Thai word for a gold digger?
Gold digger.
That's a black bitch.
Why?
I don't know. Normally we just
A super gold
when
digger.
when we don't have money, we just say no money, no honey.
Yeah. Actually,
your
I wanted to get on your live there, David. But I missed it where you're talking about gold diggers. Because I have a little
Still in pain,
theory
Gary.
about them too. I have a little theory about them too.
Very
What's that?
Christian, he's learned two words:
observations.
poo and tang.
Poo-tang.
But I think every girl is a gold digger. Just some of them are better to hide it.
Let me turn the
Right,
volume
right.
down.
Every
Some of them
girl
are better
wants
actors.
every girl wants some kind of money. If not, they wouldn't be with you.
I could tell.
Because
I could tell-
that's security. I'm not saying they are bad. I'm just saying that
Yeah,
a
right.
woman wants security. That
who doesn't?
she's being
Yeah,
taken
right.
care of.
Of course,
Exactly,
of
right.
course. See, but we're above that age where the masculinity and the looks that kind of set sail a while ago. So
We're not just so
talking about?
sitting back and handing out money though.
who you
We're
fucking
gaining
Gary, look at
also.
hairy
that
chested, sweat fucking stinking motherfucker.
But
I'm
I'm
say
one
no
of
to that mug. Look at that mug.
I am one of them who wants something back for my money. I want
24/7.
no. I want a girl who can listen
And maybe cook.
can do more than saying, "Nah, I can do everything myself. I don't need anyone."
Go ahead.
You want
Saves a
to
lot of time for boom boom.
what it is men want a return on their investment. Each man wants something
This guy's
different.
kind of
Return
get.
on investment,
Hey,
ROT.
Right
hey,
now,
he's
we
gonna
just
get
want a
stabbed.
sandwich. Make a
Yes,
sandwich.
Yeah.
yes, Pac. But I am not that kind of man who says happy wife, happy life. I am
Yeah.
happy man, happy wife.
Yeah.
There you go.
And I don't go that far. What I say is this: is if you're in a situation where your happiness in your life depends on whether your wife is happy or not, then you need to get out of that, because your life shouldn't be all about making the wife happy so that you can be happy.
Mhm.
That bitch got it twisted.
Well, let me tell you one thing about on that gold digger thing on your thing that you were talking about, David. I didn't hear it. So, but I find a person's a gold digger if they like I have this beard, this goatee, and if they're a gold digger, they say, "Oh, I love your goatee. It doesn't need to be even changed."
That's
a gold
not
digger.
enough criteria, Gary.
That's a gold digger right there.
That's not enough criteria for that.
Well, it's the beginning of it for me, but if I get one that says, "Oh, I think you should trim it down or shave it off," that's a person that cares about you.
She don't care if you like it.
Hey, let me tell you another little joke I heard.
Oh shit.
This husband and wife, they're going to be going out, and wife's putting on her makeup, and he said, "Come on, honey, let's get going." And she said, "Well, I just got a little more makeup to put on." And he says to her, "Honey, you don't need makeup." And she said, "Oh, darling, thank you so much." He said, "You need plastic surgery."
Damn, that's messed up.
I know it.
That's messed up.
Yeah, expect to get a frying pan in your face.
And
Yeah.
and an extra blanket and a pillow because your ass is on the couch. Say nothing crazy like that. Not before payday.
I know it. Yeah, that's real.
Don't work hard all week. This shit.
Yeah,
Gary,
so I like this girl, but that's what my motivation is for learning the language. But she does work a lot. She's very involved in community development, so goes. She works a lot and things.
I saw you write Slayer, Professor, but I don't see Slayer.
I see the American Slayer in the private chat.
Is that you, Dennis?
No,
American?
Simon always called me Big Brother Ronnie, so I know it's him.
Oh.
But yes, Gary, when you find a Thai lady in the rural areas,
Huh?
that's a higher rate for having a
Relationship?
better relationship. Yeah.
Because the girls downtown, they all about the game.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you can always calculate that 70% of the ladies have been some kind of bar girls in their life.
I'm
Yeah.
sure.
But if you
Nobody's
go up in the
asleep.
mountains, up in the upper Luzon, they're in the
Yeah.
mountain girls. You're gonna get a good one.
Well, Gary, we're doing, just so you know, we're doing live streams on Wednesday mornings here in the U.S. at 8 a.m. And then
I remember that, but I'm usually sleeping at 9 p.m. But
Well, 8 a.m. though. What time? What are you? Central time?
yes.
yeah,
Okay, so that's 9 a.m. for me.
Yep.
better next week, David. I was gonna
That's what we're
say,
doing. And then, so then
Where?
we're going to
White meat.
live streams too.
Wednesday morning, huh? Wednesdays.
We have a
you
Barrio
Yeah,
Festival.
I'm up here watching the
Wednesday
place. Get it. Take a
Wednesday
piss.
night.
We're doing
I'm talking. Oh, let us see now. Tony's in Butwan. That's
yeah,
the
that's
Philippines.
the phone got it again, but yeah.
Christian is in Norway. Kiko's in Pennsylvania. The black guy
Norway.
down there is in Washington
He's in
State.
Snortway.
Gary's in Maryland. And David's in good old Louisiana.
Arkansas.
Are you in
I'm just
Louisiana?
joking.
Suey
I'm
pig.
just joking. Yeah, Arkansas.
Oh,
What you mean? What you?
you went to
Essentially-
Louisiana though, didn't you, on
He's in
vacation, David?
Walmartville.
Oh, I've
As
been
soon
there
as you
like
take time out from the what do you call it? So when you figure you'll be back here? Any idea? Ronald?
Ronald, when are you going back to the Philippines? Tony's asking. Oh, he's talking to somebody.
You must have you must have some guests
Everybody
there.
asked him. He said when his medical stuff done, maybe November.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
Okay.
but what you feeling though? What's he feeling?
We're going to do a live stream on the 17th during, I'll post it, but we're going to be at a local Barrio Festival. And Laura is part of the dance team. So
Where you doing that at? Where's that at?
it's here in Northwest Arkansas. It's a big convention thing.
They got barrios in Northwest Arkansas.
Yeah, look out. We're moving up.
So they're having a big festival. So I'm gonna do a live stream live from the Barrio Festival.
You're gonna have shitty signal out there, man.
Well, it's just right here in Arkansas. It's not that, but maybe I'm gonna try.
Well, is this a Filipino thing or is it a general state thing? Anybody?
Well, anybody can come to it, but Barrio Festival is basically a big party, a big Filipino party. They're gonna have food vendors and the traditional dancers, music.
Filipino?
And, yeah.
They should call it the Barangay Festival, not Barrio.
Well,
Oh,
I
really?
agree, but they're calling it the bar. I didn't make it up.
Barrio's Mexican. Man. Come on.
So they're calling it the Barrio Festival.
Tell them to reach
Barrio Fiesta. We used to get all our Filipino food catered from them.
Yep.
Good food.
There'll be a lot of Filipino food. And Lorelai's going to be one of the
Stinky.
dancers. So that's
A
going
lot of
to be
stinky
funny.
fish. Stinky fish.
Yeah. Stinky Fish will be there. We're going to have pork.
Oh, damn.
It's a skank festival.
Yeah.
Leave it to Mr. Bossetti.
Hey,
Skank
Is
you very
that
much.
September
Well,
17th?
Hey, when I was up at teen there, that was the popular word skank. And
Some of
when a
them
I
want
know
to
woman
be
it, right?
dressed to the hilt.
when a woman was mad at another woman, she called her a skank.
Skank ass heifer.
Let's
Yeah, I don't
let's
want
Hun,
that.
let's see
That's
what you're twerking with.
David, they're going to be showing off the
hey,
Dolce and Gabbana and
Christian,
everything
you
they
done
got,
put
huh,
that
David?
motor in the car yet?
Motor is in the car, but
Okay.
it's standing outside my brother's house, and
Okay.
there was a flood last week, so half my car was underwater.
Oh
Oh,
snap!
would you move up? Did you move out? Move it to higher ground?
He on the third floor.
It's not higher ground in his place. He has the river next to his house.
He's
Oh,
downstairs, isn't he? From you?
Hmm?
He's downstairs from you, isn't he?
No, my biggest brother. He lives 100 kilometers from me.
I was talking about that little get
heard about that, brother.
private what do you call it for you live stream there. Remember,
Hang on, ladies.
Hey,
Yeah,
Kiko, have you been having hot weather up there?
Kristen? You remember that? I was telling you about
Yep,
that.
it's over now.
about what?
Oh yeah.
After you're putting the motor in your car, you're busy. You do a private live stream with your friend there from the UK. Everybody.
Yeah, what about that?
I just asked if you'd gotten to that yet.
Oh no, but I have opened for that person to contact me in Messenger,
Oh, okay.
but the person has not done that yet.
Oh, okay. Okay. Moving on to the next subject. Now, Ronald, when you got to take off that old thumbnail there, that's that photo of when you're involved in cricket.
So, hey, next week our live stream is going to talk about marriage and sex.
Good luck
Marriage
with
and sex?
Yeah. And then
Next.
You're a shock jock, ain't you? Who are you, Morton Downey Jr.?
I
Morton
am
Downey?
doing, I'm working on a whole series of podcasts, and I'm going to be covering bullying, internet bullying, all kinds of stuff on my
And politician bullying.
So yeah, I can talk about politics a little bit on my podcast.
Marriage
You're
and
the
sex bullying.
shock jock.
Is
But
the marriage and sex, is that like American or Asian tradition?
Doggy style. Doggy style.
You're going to have to chime in and check it out and see, but it's kind of a continuation of last Wednesday's topic about the weddings I went to. So we're going to kind of carry on that and get into some other
Are they
Oh,
still
okay.
intact? Are they still married or did it change?
Me?
Are you going to be inclusive?
Oh,
Yes. I'm always inclusive.
but
Lady boys are welcome.
oh.
but since you brought it up, Tony, I just want to because I think that person is listening now. So I will
sure
just
you.
I will just say he's welcome to video call me and we can talk.
No, but what I said was I told him that you would contact him when you were done with the motor.
Ah, okay. Yeah. No, I'm not done with my car yet. But
Okay, but now he's here. He can hear you. So
Christian, is that the Volkswagen?
yeah. The problem is that most of the electric things for the car is under the driver's seat.
Huh.
So
leave it to the Germans.
Is
my
that a
brother
diesel?
hadn't have time to go there yet and see if, because we need to change glowing plugs and
Glow plug.
something else next to it. I don't remember the name now.
You only
but
got one, don't you? Don't Diesel have one glow
Four.
plug?
No, you got however many cylinders you got. You got
Yeah.
one glow plug per cylinder.
Okay.
I had an old Mercedes. It was an inline 5-cylinder, so I had 5 glow plugs.
I
We
don't
got
remember that other name. What was that again?
Fuel pump. No.
No, I told it to Tony the other day, but
Oh, like Tony's gonna remember. Jeez. Tell
What
the
fuck are you
elephant.
talking
I
about, you
remember.
fucking doofus? Jeez.
Hey, you want to know what I'm excited about? We're gonna take a trip and we're gonna go see the U.S. Marshals Museum. It opened this year. It's a
Sounds really
historical museum about the United States Marshal
And they're,
Service.
they're serving beer too, huh?
Let me guess, it's in Clinton's hometown, huh?
No, it's in Fort Smith, Arkansas, where
Oh,
Judge
okay.
Parker, Hanging Judge Parker was. So it's actually in Fort Smith on the riverfront.
I can't see the
So
bottom.
I'm really excited about it.
Fort Smith,
Yeah, I
which
am.
is right on the border with Oklahoma, right?
That's correct.
Yep. Been there. Been through there.
But
For
it's,
different reasons, he'd been there.
they've been working on it for about 10 years, and they finally got it done and opened this year. So we're going to go down and check it out and do videos.
Tony,
on it.
is that still the Hoe Garden? Show that
Hoe
can to
Garden.
Christian.
Oh man, this is beer
Ho.
from Ronald's stash.
Ho.
Here, oh,
The Hoe.
oh.
Show the whole thing so Christian. Where's it
if
from? Denmark?
No, this is Belgium.
Belgium. No, show the
Oh.
whole name. Come on. Ho.
Oh.
Hogard.
Guard.
4.9, 4.9.
The one that guards the hose.
if I
Yeah.
say nozzles, do you understand what that is on a car?
Muscle.
Nozzles.
Nozzles.
Yeah.
Nozzles.
Nozzles.
Yeah.
Yes,
But,
yes.
Yeah.
Injection nozzles. That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you
Fuel
go.
Fuel
That-
injected.
That
Fuel
and the
injectors that
glow
go
plugs.
into the- Correct.
They go with it. They go hand in
Those
hand.
fuel. Those.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty important to get the fuel into the engine for it to do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, believe it or
Yeah.
not, yeah.
If you're like Tony with his friends, just go out there and use the car for the battery so you can listen to music. Right?
That's my in my midnight confession. And we cranked it. We cranked that thing. And when
Who's
Joe
that?
would
The
say-
Guess Who?
yeah, man.
They did this song, These Eyes. Remember that one?
Yeah, all of that shit. You know what? Randy
Yeah.
Bachman wrote the majority of the hits for those guys.
From BTO, huh?
Yep. Rodman.
Turner Overdrive.
A lot of those songs.
David, you're old
almost
enough to remember that?
Almost all of those songs were done by Randy Bachman for the Guess Who.
They're still playing that music in Arkansas, huh?
Yeah.
Bachman Turner Overdrive. You came out. That's right. I grew up listening
He's
to that.
a stutterer, him and his brother.
You know, drinking beer, hanging out
Nothing.
with girls on the back of the pickup truck. You know.
Well, I think Simon must have left because there's only two now. Two people here.
Yeah, there was up to 5. So
Dude, what are we going on
I
here,
don't.
Keith?
I don't
4
think that was
hours?
Simon. I don't think that was Simon.
Well, he was there.
Well, it's time for me to head out. I got to go to Walmart.
Oh, please.
I do. I got to get some new. I got to get
Go to
some.
work. You don't fucking
Well, that's
work.
not too far because you're already in Bentonville, so
That's my point. But I
Walmart's
got
pretty
to.
close.
We're having a cookout this weekend, so I got to go get some LP.
Oh,
And
what?
then I
Hey,
need to
since that's the
Hey.
home of Walmart, that should be the nicest Walmart on the planet, right?
What's
It
today?
is. It is.
Okay.
All
right.
What's today?
It's
Right.
a super duper center, right?
But what we have here is a failure.
Failure to communicate.
But what we have is
Hey,
If you made
Walmart
sense in the first place, we wouldn't have that problem.
what Walmart does, and they've done here, is they build a new super center and they make it the flagship super center. And then a couple years later, they have another one that they make the flagship and they make it all brand new again. And then they
Hey.
flip back to the other one, remodel it, and make it the flagship.
Hey, you know what's
Yeah.
going on here? You know what's going on here, David? That they just don't say that they're getting shoplifted the fuck out of and they close the store. They just say they ain't making money and they shut down buku stores like that throughout America because of the thieving epidemic, you know?
Well,
I know that.
David, what's the price of gas in Arkansas today?
it was the other day when I got gas, it was $3.23.
Shit.
Wow.
Here it's
I got it in Ohio
$3.87 here.
for $3.40, $3.49.
I don't
yesterday.
understand how you can
Oh.
complain about $3 for a gallon.
I know Christian's paying like $7
Here
a
is
gallon,
here
right?
is $2.50 for 1 liter.
Hey, it ain't
Right.
our fault you go by liters.
We
3.4 liters to a gallon, I think, right?
So that
the-
a gallon would
land of
be like
windmills.
$7.50 or something.
we complain
Christian,
about it
why
because
you
we're
guys?
Americans.
Norway has
because we're
the
American,
most
we can complain
fuel.
everything.
Right.
That's how
They,
it
they
works.
should be fuel sufficient, right? Fuel
It's in the
independent. Norway.
Constitution of
Yeah.
the United States. We, the
Yeah.
people, may complain about any damn thing we
Well,
want.
we don't fuck around. See, when we're able to reduce that price because we got our own fucking oil, they
Wait,
won't do that though because it isn't in their best interest.
Christian's got to explain to us why Norway is so rich in natural resources, but they're paying $7 a gallon.
There you go. Like America, they got
because
the same price.
we sell it cheap to other countries and buy it
Oh, to Germany.
Expensive, right?
expensive back.
Well,
Right.
we do that, to be honest, with electricity. So, and I'll tell you, because I know this shit.
Tell
Here,
them, you know,
here where we live, we have a reservoir and a dam. We, in Arkansas, we generate electricity. We sell that electricity to Louisiana. Louisiana then sells it to Mississippi. We buy electricity from Mississippi in Arkansas.
fucking redneckers is over there.
Yeah, but do you know what we do in Norway? In the law, it says that Norwegian should get power not expensive because we have built it ourselves for free. People was doing free labor to
They lied to
get
you.
electricity. Now they put a big wire from Norway to Germany, so we sell the power cheap to Germany, and we Norwegian need to buy it 5 times more expensive
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
just so Germany can get power.
Hey, you know what, man? It's like us. We pay taxes on our fucking pension, and we got to pay taxes again, like twice.
Christian,
what we-
isn't that the
you-
beauty of the European Union, right?
You pay more than you pay more tax than 2 times. First you
Right.
pay tax
Well,
for
you
your
know what?
income, then you pay tax for
Well,
your groceries, then you
I-
pay tax for your fuel.
I-
Everything you buy, you pay taxes for. Hey,
And
Dennis.
then we also have to buy pay a nickel on every bag if we say
when you
we
get
need
an
a
income
bag.
tax return, you got to pay on that too here.
But don't forget, you got to
Socialism
pay.
grand.
We pay taxes on the sewer as it exits our house.
Mhm.
Yeah, you know what? If the city and the county here in Wisconsin
That's a
will get
bunch
you,
of, you know
the
what?
fucking local technical college will.
Yeah,
But anyway,
Dennis.
I got to go to Walmart and get some
Okay.
for cooking.
Okay,
I got
then.
to go to the liquor
All right,
store
Big D.
and get some
Have-
Guinness
don't-
beer.
Thanks
Don't
for
buy
coming
out the
around,
liquor store.
man.
Yeah,
Well,
you know when you
Enjoy your weekend's barbecue.
You know
when
what?
you're-
We
And,
can have the American Slayer on here if Christian okays it.
We
Otherwise,
will
When-
see you guys on Saturday. Wednesday morning.
All
Saturday.
right,
Good
all
morning.
right, David. Take
it'd
care.
be Sunday,
You know-
Wednesday night. Wednesday
Adios.
night for me,
you know when you're retired, that's when you have the most to do.
David. That's
Peter,
Wednesday
thank
night for me. That's like football,
Sayonara.
man. Where'd you leave? I'm fucking talking.
Oh.
Yeah,
Well, I like to see when I look over at the gas price going up. I like to see that in July, August, and September because if that goes up, that means Social Security is going to get a better pay raise.
You know what? You know what I'm about nowadays, Gary. I don't give a shit about Republican, Democrat. I'm for anybody that don't touch my Social Security.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
right.
Just let me answer to Dennis. Dennis, I have opened up for the Slayer to contact me on Messenger. He is welcome to do so. You can tell him that if you talk with him. Yeah.
I know he keeps forgetting about the friendship thing, but I told you guys last week. I said when he okays it, then because I ain't like a lot of other people, and I keep telling you guys. You guys go, yeah, I know. but I'd stick up for any one of you other folks. And if somebody like that, if somebody had an issue with that, they square it, then we're all okay. That's the
Hey,
only way to do.
Dennis,
The only way to do this. King of
you still in
Canada.
the
That's
you still in the Great White North, Dennis? When are you
Ottawa.
gonna head south for some of that arm candy?
Ottawa Senators, man. He ain't going south no more.
Oh yeah,
No.
Columbia's calling.
No, they ain't, man.
Oh, the women are.
He's involved in
Venga
a
aquí,
serious
venga
relation.
aquí, come here. That's not Thai.
You know what I find? I find it's
All
hard to
you
keep.
need to know in Thai, Gary, is bop. Okay, BAHP,
Yeah.
bop.
Yeah, but yeah.
That's all you're gonna be putting on.
One other thing in Thai that's very important to learn is Mayao Krap.
Watch your
Oh.
dick.
My Ao Krap.
What does it mean before I learn it?
No, thank you.
You shit your pants.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah. Because if you go somewhere and you will meet someone who try to sell you belts or any crap, maybe
yeah.
some bad cigarettes with cow shit in
Mayao
it.
crap.
White
Mayao
bitches.
crap.
Crap mean crap?
Crap,
What do you mean,
not,
man?
not crap.
You know, I
Crap.
was never good at rolling my R's. I
Use
can't
that
do
tongue.
it.
Hey, Gary, use that tongue. You ain't doing nothing else with it.
All he could roll is joints.
You know, rolling your R's, they say put your tongue in the roof of your mouth. I can't control that stuff.
You like Frenching
I-
right away, though, huh?
I can't either. Never could. Never will.
Yeah.
I
So
tried
crap is
expansive
just crap.
synthesis. I'm thinking, why do I have to say that perfectly for you to understand?
Siéntese. Levantese. Siéntese. Stand up, sit down. One of the two.
So many languages have the rolling of the R. I'm surprised.
No, you
Yeah.
only need one.
We have that in Norway too.
You have it in Norway? Wow.
Yeah.
No,
They have
Catwoman.
some
Catwoman
R's.
used to-
Is that for kroner?
Hey, now I'm even more disabled with the shorter UV there.
You know, when I
Yeah.
was in Norway, I paid for less language lessons. I also got free language lessons,
80 years
and
ago.
I can't remember anything except that one thing that I was telling you I can remember.
Yeah.
Jeg
Yes, for-
snakker ikke norsk. Snakker du engelsk?
How do
I
I
don't-
I
get,
don't speak Norwegian. Do you speak English?
how do I get poon? Hey, Gary, I'm a little Norwegian too.
But I think that is cool if you remember that after 20, 30 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I was there in
I
'85
don't
to
remember
'86.
much anything else though.
Yeah, the other everything else is completely blank.
There you go.
That's
That's
the
your
only
defense.
way I learned the 7 days of the week in Japanese because they made it like into a rhyming thing.
Ah.
That's the only way I remembered it.
Oh. Well, you know, Thai does have a song for the alphabet, but it's
Room
so
for the
fast.
Slayer.
I have to learn the alphabet first, and then I'll learn the song.
Well, you said there's
Slayer,
40 some
American
consonants and 30 some.
Yeah,
Right.
44 and
So
32.
that's 70. So how many symbols?
Getting his math problems now.
Does each one of those have its own symbol?
I think it does.
'Cause I
I'm
know
not sure about
Japanese
the-
there were
not
47 in hiragana.
Oh,
47
wow.
symbols I had to learn.
Are you leaving Canada, Dennis?
He's married.
Who's
No.
married?
Dennis is smarter than that.
But I'm not going. I'm going. My first
Right,
trip
Dennis?
is I'm going to take a trip there. I'm not going to do a permanent move right away.
I think you ought to go to
That's what
Colombia
we've been trying to tell you, Gary. Take a
I
trip
know.
first.
I know. Everybody tells me that, but I
Go to
finally.
Colombia, it's almost the same time zone.
But for me, and in my mind, I think you will love Thailand more than you will love Philippines. Out of how to say that again? Thailand is more developed.
Oh yeah, right.
Infrastructure, yeah.
Infrastructure.
Well, I know
yes. Thank
I
you.
know their medical. Their
And
medical
first-
is one of the best in the world. I think.
We got one left here.
Yeah, and of course the hospitals there are more equipped and more educated
Yep.
in
And they got
many
roads and
areas.
sidewalks and all kind of things.
Yeah, right.
More in place.
They do drive on the other side, which is a little hard for me to get
Well, you ain't
used
got to
to.
drive though. You
But,
just
Yeah,
gotta
but
but
look
from what I've
if
heard,
like
go ahead,
Moses.
if I were you, Gary, I would try to drive as little as possible in Asian
Like
countries.
not at all.
or not
Because
at
you
all.
can take in Thailand, you can take a baht bus. It costs you 10 baht to go
Yeah,
to the
right.
next city.
Well, my new
Like
girlfriend has a car.
Oh,
So
good.
then you don't need to
Well,
drive.
let
You
her
can let
drive.
her drive. Yeah, she's used to the country, so she know how to drive there.
Yeah, yeah.
Because if
okay,
you ever
okay.
have
So
an
when do
accident, you're going to
when
be
do you
paying
plan
out
on
good
going
people.
over there, Gary?
March.
March. No more, and you're making it solid, right? You're gonna leave.
Gary,
You
you
know, I
should
have a,
leave when winter's
You've been
starting.
saying
You should
fucking
leave like
March
November.
3 years.
Get away from the winter.
Oh, that winter,
well, now
Gary.
I just actually decided not too long ago to go for a 3-week trip. So
That didn't make- oh Lord.
Yeah,
I'm sure I'm going to move there. That's not a matter of that. But I want
3
to go
weeks.
for the trip to meet the girl. You know, see the meet the
You're gonna
girl.
spend double the money. For
I know, but
pussy.
I want to meet the girl, and then go back, and then she can decide whether she wants to, and also myself decide. You know, but she's much younger than me,
She's
so
giving it up.
she would have
She's
more of
giving
a.
Well, you can
But
do that if you
giving
just
it up.
you,
You're taking
you
it.
can do that if you just stay there. You know,
And another
Yeah.
thing, Gary, you
Yeah.
said she was something 40,
Yeah,
Right.
she's 43.
and how
Yeah.
many kids?
2,
Well,
maybe
she
3.
has 2 daughters. One
Yeah,
is
she's Gary. I
19,
mean,
that's in
Dennis.
college, in her second year college, and then she
Dennis.
has a 12-year-old daughter that's 12 years old, and then she
Oh,
also
hey.
takes care. He takes care of her 5-year-old, a
Yeah.
5-year-old that's her brother's son,
Nephew.
and we might as well just say it's her child because
Yeah, so
he's
you also then need to think about that. You have her and 3 kids you need to take care of. They are
yeah.
they do expect that of you as a foreigner.
Well,
Knows
she
what you're doing.
also does.
Come
She
on,
does
man.
have a job. She works for the government, so she has a job.
Yeah. I'm not saying she don't give money in her to herself and kids, but I'm telling you, you also
You know
need to
what?
understand you have some
Hey.
responsibility
Thank
for
you.
that.
King of Canada, I told you, when he okays it with him, then we're all okay. Not
She
until then.
also she also has her
Right?
parents, mother and father, which live right in this different house, but like walking distance across the parking lot, like a
So you
parking
got to be
like
quiet
a
when you're
driveway,
going.
you know?
You got to
Huh?
get easy. You can't moan too loud.
And her father is younger than me,
Oh shit.
not by a
Really?
lot, just a few years, like 3.
Oh hey, what the hell?
Well, I
What is
figure
he?
about 90% of the world's younger than you, Gary. So, you know,
71, man.
I know it's
that's
hard
not
hard to
that's
find
not saying
anyone.
a lot.
Well, hey, in case you other guys don't know, Kiko's mom's gonna turn 99 pretty soon.
Wow.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Yeah.
His mother looks
When
like she's 60 something.
she's gonna be
30 years.
99?
99.
Oh, wow.
Still living. She's been in that same house for
Hey.
almost 70 years.
Don't that
Oh,
don't that
wow.
scare you, Gary? That I mean, Kiko, that your mom might last longer than you.
Well, she's outlived my brother. He died at 65 a couple of years
You know
ago.
what?
So
I
Wow.
think King Charles was going. Come on, Mom, when you gonna fucking get out of here so he can?
Well, I
99.
think that's great. I think that's great.
99.
I hope I'm following my mother's
His mother doesn't look
lifestyle.
99.
No, I think I got my dad's genes. My dad only lived to 78, so, and he had
You
That's
know,
he had
cool.
my
Alzheimer's the
dad did the
last
same thing.
5
My dad
years.
lived 78 also.
Hey,
And
man, you know what?
well, he didn't really know who he was the last 3 or 5 years of his life because he had
If,
Alzheimer's. So,
if I
oh,
get if I get to 85 like my dad, that'd be cool because then my son would be through college.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, my
Yeah.
mother lived till 92. 92, I'd say 92 good
Grandmother
years.
was 93.
mm.
But yes, Dennis, I also need to say that it's first time in my life that it's been so important for someone to be in my life that like 5 other people trying to say that we should be friends again.
How old you gonna be to moan?
What
I can't see it, man. My contacts are really. Who can read the comments there?
contacts? You got glasses on.
Comments, you fuck.
Oh, you said contacts.
Hi,
Well, that
Dennis. Hi, Dennis.
you only picked out the part of the statement you wanted to. G-man. We told you, it's no secret there, guys. Jesus, man. I said what I said, and once, I mean, if it's accepted by the Grand Poobah, then I accept it, and I would be that way to anybody. So I always say that, but I mean, come on, you got to understand that you don't get to talk shit about one of my friends and it just slide.
So, Gary, here's my question. You're going to go and you said for 3 weeks, right?
Yeah.
And why would you come back? I mean, that's just another round trip ticket.
For what?
You
Yeah.
you, you can
Well,
decide once you're there,
that way
and
I
if
don't have
if
to,
she's not the one, move on.
Gary,
Move on.
yeah, I
you
know,
don't need
but
Gary, your problem is you don't need to have a woman tell you what what
Now,
that
but
shit.
You just show up,
the
you'll find a woman eventually,
yeah,
you know?
yeah, Gary. If you're in Thailand, it will. If you really want a girlfriend and this one is not for you, it will take you 10
You
seconds to find another
you
one.
just you just gotta choose between it. One that's
well,
got a
I
cover,
do
one
feel
that's got
very
a cock, and
positive.
one
I
that
feel very positive about this one. I can actually show you a picture. Um, I feel very positive
makeup
about
on
her.
there.
But Gary, there's nothing like being there in person, you know? I mean,
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
right, right. Well,
anyone
she
can be a
also,
legend on the
she
internet,
may not
okay?
like, me, so it's not just
I wouldn't.
my choice.
I mean, look at Tony. Tony can be a legend on the internet,
I'm
you
kidding.
know?
I'm kidding, man. I'm kidding. Well, Gary moves like a sloth, for Christ's sake. Come on.
Now here's her
What,
picture here.
1970 picture?
You can
She
see
was in
that.
the Navy? That's too far
Yeah.
away. Blow that up. Blow that up.
Yeah,
Wait,
she looks
Tony's got to
good.
press the right button. He might drop us all off
Wait, I
here.
can. Yeah.
Can
Well,
you see
yeah,
it?
yeah.
Chris,
Man.
wait, Tony, let Christian do the deed, huh?
I'm doing it
No,
right now.
no, he did it. Yeah, she looked nice.
Yeah, how long ago was this, man?
That was yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Picture was yesterday. Some
Well, what does
special
she like
event.
about you other than your check? You didn't tell her you don't have a pension, did you?
His charming personality.
Actually, you know what? She has asked me so many questions. She wanted my a
CDs?
copy. She wanted a copy of my resume.
Oh, Lord.
I said,
Oh.
I've been retired since 2017. I'm not sure if I still have a resume. I wasn't looking for a job anymore, but I found it and took some pictures and showed her. Then she said, I see the address on there on your resume. Let me see
Yeah.
your Let me see the license so I can match that if that's the same.
So you
You
don't
know
drive
what,
anymore?
man? It
And
Canada.
I showed her that.
So she want to make sure she's not with a dumbass. Yeah,
She wanted to make sure she was not with a scammer,
yeah.
You're a scammer.
And I mean, she's asked me other things too. What else?
STDs.
Actually, she did. She did ask me my pension.
Can you get STDs if you're jacking? Oh,
She did ask me my pension, and she also wanted to.
you didn't have
Did
a
you give her the
pension.
amount?
She wanted to confirm it with the
And
bank. With the
never,
bank.
never tell a lady exactly what you're making.
Oh man,
Well, it's too
no.
late now.
She will
Too
suck
late.
out every dollar.
Oh yeah.
Gary.
Well, it's too late now, but I don't think she would. But
She did.
anyway, because I had to back it up with the bank statement too, and that
Holy
she
fuck.
wanted proof of that.
Yeah, Dennis, I'm sure that Mexico and Colombia might be a good holiday destination,
Gary.
but from what I see on the news and TV,
Yeah,
I'm not
forget
sure that
Mexico.
Mexico and Colombia is that safe
No.
as Thailand is.
Nah.
Yeah,
I
they
like
said
those
Thailand's
white
pretty safe,
Canadians.
but I said that maybe I'll do some traveling. I guess if she's busy with work, I could do it on my
Yeah,
own.
no, girl stuff.
And she said no. She said no to that.
You looked in the fridge?
She said
Actually,
there's a lot
anywhere-
of nice. She says there's a lot of nice people in Thailand, but there's also some not nice ones. So here's
Gee,
a
man.
picture here too.
She's just scared of you finding a better one than her.
No, I don't
Yeah.
think so.
Tony.
She's
Tony,
concerned
make
about
it
my
bigger.
safety.
And
Yeah,
anywhere you go in Thailand is no
Hey.
problem as long as
Yeah.
you don't say fuck you to someone.
Gary gets
You'll
wet.
be
That's
safe.
all he
Oh.
said.
Yeah, that's not normally in my language. Anyway,
Anywhere in the
so
world, anywhere in the world, if you piss somebody off, they can make you disappear. So just don't piss people off.
yeah, well,
Or the
it's sort of like
listener.
in my nature not to piss people off.
And he missed, I don't know, Dennis, he's got his avatar up there, but he's got, he must be doing some private lap dances or some shit.
Just don't sing for them, and they'll be all right.
Yeah,
You're going to have
But,
to shave that shit off your face, man.
I was researching. Is there? I think it's called an enhancer microphone.
I'm getting mad.
You can
man.
actually
I'm
sing,
tired.
and it will make your voice sound good.
Oh, Lord.
You
You're
can
gonna call a couple
actually
of-
you can actually have an adjustment so you can sound like
Are you going to cut an album?
some good singer.
Yeah, you hook it up to the bullshit amplifier, and it makes you
Terry
sound like
Coleman.
You're going to be the new Elvis, Gary.
Not Elvis, but I want to maybe like what was the guy's Darren? His first name, I forget his first name.
Bobby Darin.
Yeah, right. I like that. Maybe that
Christian.
voice or something.
Aaron.
Is
Bobby
karaoke
Darin?
big in Thailand, Kristen?
Bobby
Bobby
Darin.
Darin.
Yeah.
Say that again, Kiko.
He
I
died young.
said, is karaoke a big thing in Thailand also?
Hmm.
Yeah, not
Oh,
as
I
big
don't-
as in the Philippines, but yes.
I don't know.
The bars
Yeah.
have it, right?
Honey, and-
But you don't have a karaoke every street in Thailand like in the Philippines.
So Gary, you're thinking of resurrecting your singing career once you get to Thailand. Is that the thing?
Well, I'm not much of a singer. I
Hey,
just
sponsored
thought
by
maybe I could
AARP.
do my YouTubings or something.
Are you
AARP,
taking your
man.
guitar with you?
Oh no, I got rid of my guitar already. Gave that away. It was a cheap guitar. It's only $150.
But using music in YouTube is bad for if you want to get monetized, because most of the
Oh.
music will be copyrighted.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah,
Well,
that's why
forget
Tony's not a millionaire.
Oh,
Yeah.
that. Okay, well, forget that then.
fuck it.
Well, good.
I don't do live streams. I don't do live streams anyway. I don't really work the YouTube too much anymore because when I first got into it, it's really very time consuming. I was so surprised it's so time
But
consuming.
you know, this,
But it doesn't have to be like when you do the short with the bus. why not just walk down the street and make a 5 minutes video instead of 30 seconds video?
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
film some bus driving by and
I
here's
told
the
him.
street,
Oh.
that and that, you know.
Actually, I did want to do like sit at the bus stop across from the
Keep it
fire
on when you go to
station,
the toilet.
across from the fire station, because fire engines always get a big lot of viewers.
Just do like Tony, get in the back of a trike and turn the camera on. Right, Tony?
Yeah, right.
Fucking A, man. Come on. God
Fucking
damn.
A.
Oh,
Okay.
dogs are great too. For getting if
Check
I go
love
to
for a
like
dog.
Yeah.
maybe if I go to a dog pound, I get a lot of views on that.
You better clip them nails on
You
them.
careful. They get horny, then YouTube will.
Oh
give you credit
yeah,
for
that's
that.
it. Yeah, to tell you too graphic.
But it's
Oh.
not. I don't have a dog pound close to me though. I have to take like
Hey,
4
hey, we got
buses
the
to
sharks
get
and
to
the
it.
jets when it comes to dogs here. Right about 2 in the morning, these fuckers start howling. They don't do anything, but they're sending messages to each other.
Tony, did you tell him a joke about the guy who's him and his buddy? Their buddy saw the dog licking his balls, and he said, "Don't you wish you could do that?" His buddy said,
Yeah,
"I don't think he'd
man.
let
You
you."
don't want to let them finish or what? No?
I don't think he'd let you.
Yes, Dennis, that's why I'm trying.
That's a tough call.
That's why I'm trying to ask you, because I think you've been both to Mexico and Colombia, and if you walk there daytime, nighttime, you know a lot more than me about Mexico and Colombia. You know?
Yeah, but you know what? He hasn't been on here for eons, so that's.
And also,
I-
Dennis speaks the language, I'm sure.
I think he's on a Canadian.
Hey, and I've got a cousin and his life partner, boyfriend, who've lived in
Oh.
Mexico for years, and I think he's still alive. So
You think?
I think, yeah.
No STD shit.
Yeah, but
No, he's
you
got
have
it.
you have some countries that you should not walk outside after 6 p.m. Blah 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 stuff like that.
I don't do that here, man. Fuck, it's dark. I'm home.
Yeah, but I'm not a kid, so I want to stay outside more than to 6
Yeah, and go
p.m.
bar hopping.
I am
Yeah.
no baddest. I'm no baddest by any means, but I'm afraid if I go out and somebody talks shit to me, then I might do something to get me kicked out of here. You know.
And you're going to
I-
end up
I-
in jail, and then they'll
I-
kick you out after you serve. your
Listen,
sentence.
man. I at this point in my life, I ain't letting nobody fucking tell nobody.
I go to the bar
No
like
matter who it is.
9 p.m. and go home 6 a.m. in
Hey.
the morning.
Right.
Oh wow!
I will make you father a fucking childless.
I go out at night around my neighborhood. I mean, I catch a bus, and if I get a craving for some food or something,
You're like a tall white guy's at Target.
Mhm.
But I got a pretty good neighborhood right here. But you can always get bad people going through your neighborhood, and I mean, I got I forget what year it was. I think it was 1968 or no, I might older than that. I don't know, 19. No, it was 1978 or something like that. And I was robbed.
17.
I was robbed at gunpoint, not too far from me, but it was a bad area I was in.
Maybe you had a pea shooter, 22.
Well, what
In
did you
fact, I
lose?
used.
How much did you lose?
Well, luckily I didn't lose very much. I only lost I know exactly what I lost. I lost $8.75. But I did
Damn.
get my comb and keys back. They did give me that back. And then I right up the street was a 7-Eleven, and there's always cops at 7-Eleven, and I
What,
went
your
to the
phone?
cops.
You
Huh?
went and told the
You
guy to
said
get
your
you
phone?
McRib.
They gave you
Hey,
your
you want-
phone back?
It wasn't a phone. It was my
I was going to
keys and
say this is 1978.
my comb.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
jeez.
And I thought you
And,
had one of those get smartphones in your shoe they stole from you.
Yeah. They asked me the
1978.
time. They didn't even take my watch, though. See, because there were two guys walking down the
It was
street.
too
I
damn
always,
cheap.
I always walked on the dark side of the street. I always walked on the dark side of the street. And
Because-
somebody said, "Why do you walk on the dark side?" I said, "Well, if one person's coming down the street, they're afraid. you're afraid of them, but they're afraid of you too. They don't know you. But this was two guys with a gun, so they weren't afraid. So they asked me the time. I told them the time, and they turned around and put a gun up to my stomach. You know, I looked
You
down at
should
the
have
gun.
told
I
him.
saw the gun.
I bet those aren't real guns.
I didn't see.
$8. $8 Might have been one of those things.
I'm
I
surprised
got,
they
I
didn't
got,
shoot you for
I
being
got, I
pissed.
found the
You
cops
only had
right
$8
up.
bucks.
I
Just
found
wanna
the
say
cops at the 7-Eleven, and
suction cup.
I said, maybe we can go right now. We'll catch them on the street. And the cop said to me, Kojak went off at 11. Apparently,
Doing shit.
Kojak catches the person on the street. So
That
they
fucker
took me.
wanted to go
They
home,
took
man.
me to the bad neighborhood. Drove around to spot the guy, and I said, I can't spot. I can't even remember what he looked like. I don't even remember what the
Dark
gun looked
out.
like.
Fucking dark.
I looked
Because
over
it
the
was
gun.
on
I
the
can't
dark
remember what the
side of
gun
the
looked
street,
like.
Gary.
I didn't find a black guy in the dark.
Jeez, oh, man.
So then they took me to the station, and I had to look through all these mug shots of all these bad guys.
$8.
And
For $8.
yeah, and then I went home.
I'm surprised they didn't shoot you because you only had $8.
I know.
Made it worth their while.
He probably passed you. Hey, I'm getting off at 12. It's fucking 11:50. Fuck it. I'll take you down to the station. Let them ride with
I know. That was the only time I basically was robbed.
Hey,
Why didn't you just use your
friend got
Korean
jumped. My friend got jumped
jiu-jitsu
from
and
these bikers
take
once,
the gun off of them?
and his car stalled, and I'm going, start that fucker. He goes, I can't, because he cursed out these bikers, you know. So they got it, and they were trying to whack a window where I was. I said, I didn't do shit, man. And he go, yeah, you're right. He's right. And they roughed up my friend. When that car got started, we went to the police station. He kicked over this clay. It stood about 3 feet high, like a ashtray thing.
Yeah.
Metal, and he kicked it over, and it went shattered all over the floor. He was so fucking mad. It was. I said, Bob, don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. Oh, fuck. You know, these guys are just soon kill you. You know, they don't fuck with a biker. I go, let it go, man. Let it go. He's
Yeah,
like,
I've been
fuck.
in some bad neighborhoods in D.C., but
It's all the beer I got left here, by the way.
I know some people there, so that's why it was okay.
I know people that know your people.
Are you saying you didn't prepare for this live stream either, Tony?
Mm.
You've been nursing that same beer the whole 3 hours?
No, I went and got a
3.5?
new one. I got 8 of them
Oh.
on ice today.
Okay. Well, you've only had like 2 of them, so
7 sitting there, so I got
do
about
the math. There you
I got
go.
8 or 9. I'm willing to do more if the freezer will chill it that fast. Got Slayer in the background now there, though. Christian, you gonna let him come up or what?
What Slayer is that? Is that the Slayer or American Slayer?
And is there more than one? Come on.
There's only one, Gary.
I thought there was just.
I don't
One
see him
that's a-
backstage here.
I thought one of them is just a Slayer.
I said if you go, okay, come on, he'll come in there. We're 4 people up there. Well, you haven't had your powwow meaning a meeting. That's what I meant.
You do what you want in your channel. I'm not dictating what you can or cannot do in your
I
channel.
ain't saying that. I'm the channel of opportunity here. Good Gary.
Yeah, I
on it.
never hit your live streams because they come too early for me. But
What comes too early?
Apparently,
Yeah,
you made it
but-
today.
yeah, I got up earlier, but I think I
What
went to
time is
sleep earlier last
What
night.
time
I'm
is
not
it for you
sure.
there?
You should not be cutting into your beauty rest. You know that.
Come on,
I know.
Shorty. What time is it out there in Maryland?
It's 11:59, almost high noon.
Holy
Yeah, I haven't
shit.
even,
Like it's
I haven't
almost
even had my
midnight in
coffee.
Butuan.
It's
I
almost
haven't
time to
had
go
my
down
coffee
to
or
the
anything to eat yet. Just
It's
It's
almost
drinking
time
noon
to
and you
water.
haven't had coffee yet.
I've had
It's
had.
almost-
Oh, that's another thing. She said
Oh,
she said, Gary, the creamer and the sugar's not. How many cups? She asked me how many cups of coffee I drank a day, and I said
got some,
I drink what my doctor recommends, 10 cups.
I got some cream for you.
And she said, "Well, you shouldn't be drinking you shouldn't be putting the creamer and the sugar in there." And I said, "Well, if I don't do that, then I'm sure I'll probably only drink a half a cup because I
You
won't like the
shouldn't be
taste of
breathing.
it."
Hey, you shouldn't be breathing any either.
So good. She's already started on telling you how you're going to live your life. That's a good start. It sounds
Take
like
that-
marriage material to
you
me.
take that wiener out
Because that's the way
sparingly.
it's going to end up, Gary. How do you do that? Like that. What are you looking at her for?
Well, that's another
No
thing.
money. More money.
Do Thai women go for engagement rings and then the wedding ring?
Of course they do.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? That's a woman. That's around the world. Shit.
Plus the dowry.
Because I did actually
Nah,
ask her.
she's
About, I did.
she's too old for dowry.
Oh, okay. Good.
Yeah, she's
well,
too old
she
for
doesn't
that.
think
Yeah,
so.
and she's been married before, so you know,
Oh Lord.
so I don't have to worry about that. But
Cool.
she did mention about the engagement ring. Now I asked her, what does she want? Like silver or gold? You know,
You said-
maybe white
You
gold or
say,
something like that.
hey,
And she
you-
said, "You select."
you say as soon as you suck my dick, you get a ring.
Is the ex-husband still alive?
No, I don't know. I didn't ask her any
No,
questions
that's
because
one question you failed to ask, huh?
I didn't ask her any. I didn't even ask her hardly any question because by asking me all these questions, you know, it's sort of like
You're
I did
staring
ask
at
her
that
how much
boom.
money. I did ask her what's her income.
Staring at
And,
that boom.
So Dennis, what is it about the Slayer that's so important for you? What he done that's made him so popular?
Made him king of Canada. I'm gonna put a beer under the fast icers.
So
you know,
you
I
said
noticed
what,
that.
Gary?
I noticed
40,
one thing
40
about the
days?
Philippines. I noticed one thing about the Philippines that I hear a lot of people complain about all the time is they're always saying they get a headache. Is that because of the heat? But they always just say they get enough fever. But I don't think that they have a fever. It's more like just a headache.
Yeah, girls always like to get attention if there's something wrong, even just a little pain. It's
And then they stick those Salonpas little stickers on their head.
yeah,
temples.
it's supposed to help.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe it does help actually.
So Dennis is saying that work is a swear word, if I understand him correctly.
Oh yeah. Work. Ribeye.
Did the new girl talk to you about money at all, man? What you got in the bank and all that shit?
Yeah,
Oh, he
she's
already
asked.
told her
she-
exactly.
Yeah.
Huh?
He already told her how much he have in pension.
You told her?
Well,
But that's something you
I had
never
to
should
tell
do
her-
with
I
any
had to
Asian
tell her
lady.
that because she
Yeah,
wanted
you
the
haven't
proof
even
of
got
it.
no
She wanted the
clue.
proof
You
of
haven't
it, you
even
know?
got-
It don't
That's
care what
okay.
she want. No, Gary, it doesn't mean what she want the proof of. That's up to you, not up to her.
No.
She's not the boss, right?
Yeah.
If she
Yes.
don't like you, okay, fuck off. Next.
Next.
Yeah.
Well, I feel very positive about this girl, though. Although I felt
Yeah,
very positive about others as well. But
Yeah, but you need to be careful with telling everyone what you make, because that can be something they want to suck out of you, all the cash. Oh, I have a sick cow, and
Besides your semen.
yeah.
what's that say? I can't read it. I'm using a phone here, so it's
Me either,
It's
man.
hard to read anything. Oh, sorry for swearing. Work. Yeah.
Mm,
I
Because
was thinking
if
about.
I go to Thailand and say, yeah, I have 300,000 baht every month,
Yeah.
she will love me for the money, not for anything else.
Oh
well,
yeah.
but it makes him feel good, though.
What's the exchange? About 32 baht per dollar?
Yeah, I think it's
No,
something like that.
it's
Let me look it up here.
Gary, most of us are in the Philippines. What do you want to fuck around Thailand for?
I think it's like 34 or something.
You send
But
her money? Is that what you're saying? You send her cash? Are you? Are you? You're sending her fucking money, ain't you?
no, I'm
You
not
look,
saying that.
you look like the cat that swallowed the canary there. Man. You fucker.
I'm
You
gonna
been
have to go onto my
you been sending her
little
cash, you fuck. You
picture.
going, hey, tell us,
we
man. You be honest. Be honest here, Gary. Yeah, that's right. Put your avatar up there, fuck.
we all know Gary. He likes
The exchange is
to
35,
send money.
So you're
35
How much
paying
is it?
to the dollar.
35 something.
you're paying that poon you haven't had it. You
35.6.
Oh,
haven't
okay,
even
that's
tasted.
good.
You haven't even tasted it yet, man. Shit.
That's good. 35. Yeah.
Come on, Gary, huh? You haven't even sniffed it, man. How you know it's all any good?
One thing I will have to get some health insurance though. I
Well,
can
yeah,
find.
when you got somebody that gives you gonorrhea, shit, you need help.
I just need help. I just need health insurance. Just cover
Yeah,
anything.
yeah, come on.
I always think about getting appendicitis, and that's in my mind because you can't control that. Just
Yeah, so after you take the life
Yeah,
insurance, she going to ask, so how much is the life insurance? And you say 10 million baht the day after you're gone.
you fucking gone.
no, I'm not getting life insurance. I'm not getting any life insurance or anything.
I'm gonna get life insurance. I'm gonna get medical, and
I just want the health. I just want the hospital insurance because I think visiting a doctor is not expensive, but I just
so
want the
you go on the
hospital.
lamb, man. You lie, you go on the lamb. You fucking
Christian, what's the going rate for a maid per month? If you live
don't even
somewhere.
start that, man.
One housemaid.
In Thailand,
Yes.
No, I mean,
I think you can get them down to 8 to 10,000 baht.
Wow. That's under $300 a month
hey,
Yeah,
Gary, you gotta buy
10,000.
yourself a manscaper and
for,
get your
for
balls
everything. I think that's a lot cheaper thing to do, Gary.
Yeah.
Well, you
Well,
will see. My next time I think I'll be on your live stream. I don't catch it all the time.
that's
I maybe
my
go,
life.
but the next time I go to the barber shop, I am having my beard shaved off.
Are you?
You can get them cheaper too. It's just
You
depends on you
said
if
that.
you have a live-in maid or 2-3 times a week maid.
You
Or
said,
Right.
you said that shit before, Gary. You're gonna get trimmed when you get there, and you change your mind.
Yeah, no, I've had some Filipina.
Hey,
A
let
Filipina said to
Hey.
me, she said, Gary, you change your mind a lot.
Hey, you going to take the mustache off too?
Because you're a scatterbrain, that's why.
I'm not sure.
Listen, you know what the problem is?
They
If you,
kind of, I'm even sort of reluctant to have the beard totally shaved off because the
dude,
hair underneath the lip grows very slowly.
oh yeah, who fucking understands that more than you? I know.
but why do you need it for? You're not living in Antarctic.
Look, Gary, look,
Actually, having a beard is cooling in summer and in winter.
No,
you're
it's
gonna get,
In winter,
Gary,
it warms you, but
you're
in the
gonna get
summer, it cools you too.
Gary, you're gonna get that pussy juice all fucking in there.
The
and
more
it's
hair
just-
I have on my body in the summer, the more I sweat. The winter time I can understand, but
Well,
see,
if it
what's
gets
your-
a little wet, and then the wind blows, and it kind of like
yeah,
blows
but you
it,
can
and
you
it
can
feels-
you can buy a $2 scarf.
gets a little wet.
They even have they even have a scarf with heating pads on now. You
Oh,
can
wow.
recharge it and it lasts for 10 hours or so.
we charge
Do
it.
they?
We charge it, yeah.
That's super.
Well, another reason I am only gone for like 3 weeks is because if I make a permanent move, then I have to clear all my stuff out of the room, and I
Yeah,
don't want to do that
I-
right now. I do have a Bollock Bion box I have to
Hey,
build up
There's
here.
But Gary,
there's
yeah,
one there's
Gary.
one thing that makes a man stay, and that's pussy, dude.
Yeah, but I agree with Gary. That is a smart thing to do because you need to see if you like it there first. Yeah, I think you're going to love Thailand, but it's like I'm not going to Mexico. I never been there before, and say okay, now I'm moving to Mexico because I know shit about Mexico. You need to land there first, and
Well,
Thailand is big too. Maybe you don't like Rayong. Maybe you don't like Chiang Mai. So you find where you like to live.
I even liked Norway when I was there, but it has two things that are not on my list, like lower cost of living. Norway is very high cost of living,
Yeah.
and warm weather. And Norway, I was there 6 months, 5 months of snow, So,
If you stayed longer, it'd have been different.
Yeah, I know one foreigner. He living with some Thai people up in the rural area, high up in Thailand,
oh wow!
and he pays like what is it? Is it $100 a month? If he can eat what the Thai people, their old couple living there, if he can eat what they eat, he get food for free. He just pay $100 to rent a room.
Well, I
So-
pay
so you can-
I pay 700. I pay 700 to rent a room here.
Yeah, that's crazy. I have 90 square meters here, almost in the center of Halden. I pay $1,000 a month.
Oh,
That's
hold
90
on.
square meters, 2 bedrooms.
Oh wow! Yeah.
My house is in the
I would never pay $700 for one small room.
Well, it is going
Anyway.
up. It started up. It started low, but it's going up. I've been here 22 years. I've been
Christian,
living
tell
here.
him-
I've lived
I
here
don't-
22 years.
Yeah, even
tell them
you,
what kind of place you can get for
that's even
$700.
a reason why you should get it cheaper. You for a how big is your room? 12, 14 square meters?
Well, I don't know metric system.
Okay, let's say it's 20 square meter. That should not be more than like
It's a normal small bedroom.
$150 a month, maybe $200 with the free electric.
Well,
That's
I
the
do get
normal
free
rate,
electric
even
and
from
I get free electric and free internet, and also
Yeah.
I do eat sometimes here
Free
too.
internet when it works.
I drink the coffee. I eat the rice.
Free ice cream.
In Norway, you can get 22 square meters.
I don't eat that anymore. Can't
In
find
Norway,
it
you
anymore.
in Norway you can get 22 square meters in the middle of Oslo for $350 a month.
Wow, I thought that was high price stuff, and I thought Norway was
Cheap
real
Charlie.
expensive.
Cheap Charlie. What do you want, Cheap Charlie?
Is it safe though, Norway?
Yeah, until the Haitians
Yeah.
come on.
We don't wear knives and guns and shit.
Yeah, but do the criminals.
Yeah, but
Okay.
you will never feel unsafe walking 2 a.m. or 5 a.m. in the middle of the night in a bad street in Norway. You will never have any issues
Well, that's the
like that.
same thing. That's the same thing here in Washington D.C. In Washington D.C., you can walk in any neighborhood in Washington D.C. at maybe 6:30 a.m. on a Sunday morning.
But
Well,
of course,
anywhere.
you
Are
have
kidding me?
a couple of streets in Oslo where it's a lot of
Migrants.
the new
Migrants.
citizens in the streets there. I would maybe not go after midnight, but why do you need to go there?
Yeah,
There
right.
is there is a
I think
million other places to go.
Manila has the same thing, don't they? Some danger areas.
Of course, man.
You're likely never to meet any bad people, but in a couple of streets in Oslo, you may
You just say,
encounter some
we
bad
Now
know
people.
I heard that Japan is very safe.
I'll go there. then.
Extremely.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
I've been on the
Okay.
streets. I know 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, downtown Tokyo. I've
Yeah.
seen beautiful women dressed very nice, walking by themselves down a dark alley with no fear at all. If you're going to get jumped there, it would be by a foreigner, not
Right.
Japanese.
Yeah, when I was there, they said it was very safe, and I went everywhere too. I went everywhere. I was out at night late myself.
That tall motherfucker ain't fucking with him.
Actually, I was baptized when I was there in Japan. I was there 6 weeks, and I went to this church, Speaking in Tongues Church, and I was
Where at?
baptized.
Tokyo?
Outside of Tokyo, I believe. I'm not sure exactly where it was. I can't even
Was that the air
remember.
base? Was that in the military?
No, I was there in 1990. I was worked for a Nippon Electronic Corporation,
Nippon.
and
I was there between 88 and 92.
He got fired.
oh, then you were there when I was there.
Well, I may not have been in mainland. I was in Okinawa.
You probably
Oh,
seen him.
okay. Yeah, I was in 1990. I was there. I was only there for 6 weeks. Documentation, editing. I was there, and a friend of mine was there from Oregon. I worked for NEC America, which I was in Virginia in my office. He worked in Oregon, and he was there too. I met him there. In fact, we were friends today. And
Did you get to ride the subways or the trains?
yes, I did, and I got packed on those trains. Yeah.
Yep.
They got those
Sardines.
people called pushers or something. They push you on there tight.
Yep.
And once you get on, then you kind of like loosen up a little bit, but they pack you on there.
You didn't
But-
play grab ass with anyone,
But
did you?
I
Look
will.
at you, little
I-
motherfucker. Get the fuck out
But the bad part about it is, they go fast too, around corners and things, and everybody can kind of keep their balance when they're standing up. But I'm real tall, It's a little bit harder for me to keep my
Doesn't matter.
balance.
Packed so tight, you're not going to tip over.
Yeah.
You can look over the
There's
top.
no
of
room
it.
to fall anywhere.
But I will
But they're
say,
awesome.
Gary, Norway is the safest country in the world you can visit.
Oh, okay.
No matter how big of an asshole you are.
Well,
Yeah,
I did walk around at night in Norway too, because I lived out in the community. In fact, I lived in a crime-free town, actually.
In America, if you stop your car for 2 seconds, the car behind you will honk. In Norway, we can wait for you 5 minutes without honking or swear words or anything.
Yeah,
shit
no,
like
Oh,
that.
fuck that.
one thing I did find, I heard in Norway though, is because it's snowy and wet and things. If a car goes by and splashes you on the sidewalk, you're on the sidewalk. If you get down their license plate number, they have to pay for your cleaning bill.
Oh, bullshit.
Yeah. if it was intended, what they do, if you see this is a big pile of water and you see someone walking on the sidewalk, you understand you don't drive 200 kilometers an hour in that pit of water. You
could,
break.
Well,
it could be kind of
How
funny,
can
though.
you determine if it was
Logically.
intentional or not? But it's hard to get their license plate because you're already kind of in shock.
Makes for a good laugh.
Yeah, it does, man. I've done that with the bus when I was working.
Tony was a pro at it.
Fucking looking at you. They're standing on the edge of the curb, right in front of a pile of water, and they're gonna look at me. I'm like, what the
It's
fucking
cold,
dumbass?
snowy water
Yeah.
too.
What I would do, I would find the biggest rock around me and throw at the car or at the bus.
No, I wouldn't do that.
He's all
But,
the way in the front. He'll be long gone.
You know
But,
what?
yeah.
One of our guys felt bad.
I run 60 meters in 8 seconds, so I'd be good for a while.
Oh, yeah. But I lived in Kongsberg at the time when I was there. But they called it a crime-free town.
Crime free. Hey, listen,
Crime-free.
this old lady
People-
was standing.
Actually,
this old lady-
I did a little crime myself when I was there.
I'm sure you did with a prostitute.
Yeah, but it's changed in Norway since that time. Now we have almost half of people living in Norway is from another country. So
That's right.
Hey, this old lady was standing at a bus stop, and this one driver told me he felt so bad he went by her. It was winter with slush, and it sprayed her. And after she moved away, there was a silhouette of where she was standing.
Oh, jeez.
He felt bad about it.
Well, when I was there, it was extremely cold in Norway, and their heaters are very thin heaters underneath the windows, in the houses, and also in the fireplace there was some, like, it wasn't just a fireplace; there was some big metal thing in there,
A flute?
I don't know, something like a heater, maybe it was a wood burning. So I needed to get some wood. Now I wasn't familiar with this, but I said, "Well, I see a wood pile in this guy's yard." So I climbed the fence and took a piece of wood, just one piece,
so you stole.
and I pushed it around. So I call it the candy box method. You take a piece of candy, you push it around, you don't notice it, And I went back. I only had a small piece of wood, but I wasn't familiar with how to start fires or anything. And this house was all electric. So I stuck a piece of newspaper in the toaster to get a little fire going to try to start this thing, but I couldn't.
Fucking idiot.
Another thing they had unusual.
Why didn't you put the paper on the stove where you make food?
It was all electric. I didn't know how to operate this stuff,
So what did you need a plane
It says
for?
it's even if it's electric, it says 1, 2, 3, right? So
Fire is good.
Oh, I didn't think it would start. I didn't think it would start.
like we do in Norway before, if we didn't have a match or something to light our cigarettes, we just put the stove on 3, then you see it glowing, then you put your cigarette on it, and you have
Oh,
light your cigarette.
I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that at the time. So then another thing is that I thought was odd. The kitchen sinks in the front had a big opening in the front of it, so if you're running the water, splashes right out at you, But I guess that's for a bucket to put in there easily, put a bucket.
Shit, you fucking kidding me.
So I had a little problem to adjust. I couldn't get warm. I had to pile up, wear clothes and piles blankets on me.
You couldn't get warm. What do you mean? You had no heat where you were?
I couldn't get warm. The heaters didn't work good for me. But there was a lady that lived downstairs. It was a house. I was in a house.
She kept him warm.
Yeah.
She didn't keep me warm. But
You know what they say? Shade in the summer, warmth in the winter.
She had a son. Her and her son lived downstairs. And I thought, well, she didn't have much money. I'll let her wash and iron my shirts, for work.
A little poon too.
She wasn't very
told you to
good
get
at
lost.
ironing. She wasn't really good at ironing.
Gary, you
well,
were banging her, weren't you? Gary, you
No,
were
I
banging her, weren't you?
I wasn't.
She said, "What do I look like? A maid?"
I paid her, you know. I was paying her.
Gary was
So who is
slapping her.
so who is the American Slayer?
The fucking English one.
I thought the Slayer was English. Yeah.
Oh yeah, American Slayer.
Yeah, well, he's coming to our side now.
Slays the Americans. Get it?
There you go.
Mhm.
Kiko
Right.
got it right.
Man,
There we go.
I gotta
Oh,
do
okay.
everything.
Kiko has to translate.
There we go.
I ain't got nothing to fucking do today.
So Simon, did you get recharged from your vacation there, being away, and recharged your battery of your life? You know what I mean?
Oh,
No,
your
Gary. Gary, when I have a vacation, I've got 3 Filipinos, so when I get back, I need another vacation.
Oh
Right.
man.
Too much estrogen overload.
butt.
Correct.
Shit, that's tough business.
And the
An
kids
hard
are
life.
your kids are getting bigger now too.
Well,
You know?
they're too big now. The trainers and the sneakers are costing me $200 a time.
Oh boy. Yeah. How old are they now? Your daughters?
Now, they're too old for you. Too young for you.
Too young for you, Gary.
I know. I'm just wondering. No, I'm shooting for over 40 years old now. I'm shooting for girls over 40.
14 and 12.
It's that electricity
Oh,
is
14
gone.
and 12.
So you're giving up on the tight thing, huh?
Yeah, I'm giving up on the young. I'm just going for 40 and above
Tight
now.
one. You're going for something a little more flexibility there.
40 to 50.
Yeah.
Did you ask her when her last boyfriend was? Since she's asking you personal
40
questions.
years ago.
I haven't gotten that information.
If she's 40 years old and have a couple of kids, I think she has a spider on her downstairs.
It's like throwing a hot dog down the hallway, huh?
12-year-olds. Her youngest is 12 years old.
Well, you like him, do you?
Ah, jeez. Then he will be in jail.
But that's okay.
Find out,
It's fine.
find
It's
out
fine.
what the Thai prisons are like.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's fine with me.
You turn into a fucking fudge packer. Oh, shit.
At least I know Thailand has some good food and things. They have good, tasty food.
Oh, yeah, that's what I go there for.
Yeah, they have
Just can't read
tasty.
the menu, that's all.
They have tasty food and not so tasty food.
Oh, really?
You have no idea what you're getting.
Well, you go, this tastes like shit. Yeah, the
Oh,
drinks are good. The drinks are good, but the wieners taste like shit. Oh,
Gary, you're definitely going to have to video your experience once you get there.
oh no, they ain't.
We need to.
Just not the experience in bed.
No. That,
No, we want to make
That
sure
would
he
be a-
goes.
Christian,
Oh,
that's
I
not a
didn't-
video.
I
That's
didn't
a
know that-
short. That's what they call a short.
I
Yeah,
did
I
notice.
Only fan short.
Right.
Minute Man. You know what
I
I'm
did
talking about?
notice that she had some pictures of the children eating, and I noticed they were eating on the floor. They were
So
sitting
what?
on the floor eating.
Yeah.
I
So
really
you
can't.
can.
I can do that, but I can't fold my legs like
No,
that.
normally they have furniture in case there comes a foreigner visiting. So they have
Oh,
furniture if
You want
a
that
foreigner
food,
come, but they are used to sitting on their ass on the
They'll
floor.
have a Gary chair for you.
That's good. Yeah.
Gary Chair sounds like a Shark Tank invention.
Oh yeah. Right. My knee about I guess a month and a half ago now, I was running for the bus. I twisted my knee. It didn't swell up or anything, but it still hurt. And that right after that, like the next
Oh,
day, just putting the
Sure.
pressure on my foot hurt my knee. I hurt it, but I still have it. Actually, that injury, I feel it. Not
What
as
you
bad,
said you
not
were
as bad,
running,
but I still have it.
running.
yeah, running.
Yeah, I was running for the bus, and
When
I
was
just
this? 1940?
twisted my knee. Huh?
No, he was going back to his marathoner days like 50 years ago, and thinking
Oh
he could
Lord!
catch this
I don't
bus.
know why I was running for the bus.
You,
The bus
I
comes
thought you were
every
trying to
15
bust me
minutes,
with
but
this 80-year-old shit.
A little too old for chasing buses, Gary.
not just so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
I try to. You just hate to wait sometimes. 15 minutes. It's
What
hard.
happened to what's his name?
Oh, where's Slayer?
Somebody fucking. I didn't do nothing.
Tony didn't hit the eject button.
No, it wasn't
He
me
swears
that
he
time.
did.
Wasn't me that time. Time before that, okay.
Ronald, did you run off to the casino?
Oh
Do
yeah,
I let
Ronald.
do I let him
Ronald
on or
did.
don't I? What's the official word here? Yes or no? Thumb
Leg.
up or thumb down?
Oh, Ronald must have went to the casino.
Up
Yeah.
or down, man? Up or down? What the fuck you mean?
Maybe I'll keep the mustache.
Yeah, okay. That pussy just near his smell.
Nah,
It's like
get rid of it all.
I was thinking about actually shaving in the middle here and just having these two big things on the
Oh yeah, that
side.
would be
Oh,
cool.
jeez.
Huh?
That's really going to win him over, Gary. Jeez.
I like that.
Fucking more hair growing on your nipples.
He's going to find one of the few dominatrix girls in Thailand
There you go.
that likes his Satan goatee.
You popping it out of here.
Oh, here we go. Okay, good. No pigeons there showing up.
Pigeons. We have sex with pigeons.
Slayer. No, the Avatar is on.
What the fuck are you talking about?
The American Slayer, the Avatar's gone.
Oh, that makes a difference.
Yeah. It's hard for me to
Maybe.
see that because it's very small for me. I'm using a phone and I'm using it in the vertical. It's vertical.
Maybe you ought to put some
See what
glasses
you
on.
see.
Well, the
Get
glasses
some
kind of bother my
magnifying
nose. Bother my nose right there. Although I'm required to wear glasses when driving. I don't wear them. I just carry them though because in case I get stopped. But they just wear my nose right there. Give me a little sore. I don't want that.
I'm cooking on shit.
I found that when you get a little sore and it just keeps wearing on that sore, you're going to get cancer.
Well, you never know.
At that spot.
I'll try it then. Let us know what happens.
I had a little like a pimple on my face here, and I kept cutting it off when I shaved. I kept cutting it off when I shaved. I put a little Clearasil on, try to dry it out and things, but I kept cutting it off, and finally, it grew back as a little skin tag.
Tagger.
And then I went into the hospital, doctor there, and had that removed in the dermatology, and they tested and they said it's skin cancer. So then I had surgery.
First you had to tell him, no, not that one. That's not a skin tag.
That's what actually it looked like too. That little skin tag coming out.
Oh my!
Can you imagine? Just for a moment here, could you imagine?
They look like a circumcised one or not?
Yeah, you know what? Can you imagine those people, the facial expressions while this conversation is going on?
Wait, what does this mean in English?
What do you mean?
But
What's skin
when
tag?
doctors like examine you.
They
They're looking.
they
They're
mistaken your
looking
dick
for
for a skin
something. They're
tag.
looking. They want to find something. You know, they want to find things wrong. They want to find things. You know,
We'll make it
Uh,
up. What are you talking about?
Mo money.
the VA hospital in D.C. The VA hospital there. That's where I go. They have a lot of residents. A lot of residents from George Washington Medical School.
Newbie.
You know,
George Washington.
they
Right.
want to find things. You know, they want to practice like this. Like I had surgery here on the side. They wanted that. They called me up many times, you know, about that. Oh, come on in. We have to have
Hey,
surgery for that.
They're out of
Skin tag
school
put
now. There's
by
no
your
more
boil.
lab rats, so they got to
That's-
use you.
That's why
You got
they want to give
You
you
got
some
boil.
petrochemical pharma
You got a boil
medication.
on your testicle, man.
And and then they wanted to come in again for a complete scanning of my body, you know, for cancer, skin cancer.
So what happened?
Ooh.
Keep taking the meds. That's what sells.
No,
That's how
I
they make
say
the money.
if I have like a skin tag pop up again, I'll come. But other than that, I'm just going to go on. I mean,
You're in
this is
trouble if it's the spot you rub the most. You're in real trouble.
Yeah. Are you sure he ain't wieners a skin tag?
Keep
the
taking the meds.
problem is when you get older,
You can't tell.
you get things that come, little bumps come.
They got
That's
things
called
that
the
come.
wiener, Gary.
You get little
say that.
bumps,
Don't
little
say that
bumps
to
on your
Tony. Don't
head. Only
Ain't
your
that the
barber
wiener?
knows about it. Only your barber knows about the bumps.
Yeah,
You know.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. It shit piles on. I got hair grown where I never had it before.
Yeah,
In the wiener, Tony.
I got this 18-inch hair hanging out here, coming up my
Hey,
fucking
Tony.
hair.
I think he's talking about his wiener.
Even his uval grew longer.
That's a bit illegal there. Immoral.
Actually, I was pretty.
It's not. They accept
Actually,
it.
I
That's
was.
correct
I
there.
think I was very healthy up to the age of 72. I think
Oh,
maybe
geez.
maybe at 72,
Then you had the shot.
my body started breaking down a little bit.
Uh-huh.
Was that after the
you do
shot?
what'd you do with your jizz?
Yeah, Simon, all 5 of them.
That was after all these 5 shots.
Yeah. Imagine that.
Is it coincidence?
Yeah. Or a conspiracy.
Hey, my brother's in your country now, Simon.
I didn't kick him out yet.
Really? Whereabouts, Gary?
Well, they went to he and his wife and 2 other couples where they live. They were going to England, then they were going to London, and then
England.
I think they were on like a bus tour.
Yeah.
Well, they
But
better
first
off
they're
going
going to
north.
England before they go to London, Simon.
Well,
Get
they're
that
better,
drink.
they're better off going north of London because London's a shithole.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, really?
Really?
They were on a bus tour.
They went
Into
to
other countries, Scotland. Went up to Scotland, and
Don't stop
Yeah,
until you get to
Scotland. You'll
Glasgow.
enjoy Scotland. Scotland's good.
Oh, Lord. Tom Jones from Scotland.
No.
So was William de Bruce.
Tom Jones is from
What's
Wales.
that chick named? The Q from the Bond movies there. She's
Tom
from
Jones was
Tom
from
Jones
Cardiff.
is from Wales.
Cardiff, South Wales.
Whatever. It's fucking.
Tom Jones from Wales.
Yeah, he was from Cardiff.
Is he still living, Tom Jones?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's still
she's like 82 or something like that.
still singing Sex Bomb.
It's not unusual for me to get up and take a shit every day.
Not unusual. He's still singing Sex Bomb,
When
Gary.
I was a kid, I thought this
okay.
dude was gonna banging 20 women. This guy's like 6 foot fucking what? 5.
Hey, you hear Bruce Willis has dementia now.
Worse than yours?
Bruce Willis is retired now from acting.
Yeah, man.
I hope so.
That's
How old
from
is
He's
it?
got dementia. He's going to be
that
acting
comes
every
from
day.
stress. Because
Well,
of the marriage.
that's a new thing he got. He had that something that starts on A, Aspera or something like that.
Alzheimer's.
Not
Asperger's
Alzheimer's,
syndrome.
Asperia or something like that.
On the corner.
And then he had to retire because of that. But now they just announced that he had dementia.
Oh no.
They don't know what else to call it, but they go.
Well, you know,
I call that knowing so much information in your life, just like a computer.
You know,
Computer
when we
over.
were kids, we were kids, they just said the old people were senile. That's all. They
yeah.
didn't have fancy names for them.
Like a subparagraph. They got subparagraph.
Well, actually, dementia and Alzheimer's are very similar, you know, but
They're cousins. They're cousins.
dementia is a little nicer word to say than
Are
Alzheimer's.
you kidding me? Shit.
My mother had dementia.
Listen, I call that not giving a fuck anymore. That's what I call it. Your
You
brain is like a
it's
computer.
just
You can only hold so
feed-
much.
Just feed me and change my drawers. That's
Hey,
Hey,
you gotta keep
That's all you
eating
can do.
keep eating the tuna.
you know what they made me do when I went for that surgery? Because they've had several people shit
They
their
had to
pants.
go out and get an extra long catheter.
No, they put
Right.
on this fucking
Oh.
diaper on me, man. I was like,
Right,
Wow.
right.
Bet
Because
you like that, Tony. Hey, I bet you like that, Tony.
The fucker was too
Told
big
us
for
on the
me.
live streams time after time. How
Was
close
it
we
two
were.
female nurses that put the diaper
Yeah,
on?
yeah, they were, man. I told them that puto means male, bitch. And
I told you should have hit the mute button when you went to the CR, and you never did.
I'm like, what
That's
the
how
fuck
they
is
know.
what the fuck is this thing? You know, I haven't shit my pants lately. What is this? So
They
my
say about
sister-
old age: never waste an erection and never trust a fart.
yeah, I'm real careful nowadays.
You know, they have there's a
Club.
there's one guy. There's one guy. He has a YouTube channel, but he also like a lot of. He's on TikTok a lot, and
Tic Tac.
What's TikTok?
his father actually is a star. His father's 91 years old,
He ain't star no more. Star with yellow teeth.
and he has short-term memory loss. You know.
I do too.
What?
Yeah.
What do you say?
What were we talking about, Tony?
Who? Where? What? How?
I can't remember.
That's
You
how
know,
it's
but I
fucking-
feel I feel that I'll probably go the way my mother went with the dementia, because my mother did say, like her sisters, you know, they got it, and then she said, "I guess I'm going to be like that," and
You're
sure
gonna-
enough, she
yeah,
was. You
it's
know, she
You're
was.
going to
hereditary.
You're going to
I'm-
Thailand, man. You need dementia.
If I'm the same as my dad, I got 10 good years left.
My grandfather
as far
had
as memory
strokes.
goes.
My grandfather had strokes, and my dad had strokes.
Well, I always say, Gary, I want to go out the way I come in, bald, fat, and naked.
Fat and naked and wearing diapers when necessary.
I should have kept that as a souvenir.
Well, you know, with the
Oh, fuck.
I was going to say something. I forgot what I was saying.
See, he forgot it. See?
Yeah,
No.
I forgot. Let's play.
Gary,
I
I
forgot.
think dementia's way off for you, okay? Or whatever we were talking about.
Let's
can't
play. I
I
forgot.
know it.
Let's play that game. I forgot.
Well, I do have to put my stuff the same spot all the time in
Sure,
there.
everybody does, man.
Oh,
You
have
know?
you got OCD?
Yeah, I don't
Hey,
like
Gary,
it. I
And
don't
then,
like
and then
it.
wait until you have a woman in your life to rearrange everything.
Hey, I don't
You'll
like
love
it.
that.
I don't like it when somebody tries to make me do different than I do right now. Because if my shit wasn't messy, I wouldn't be able to find.
Oh yeah.
That's what I always tell Maria, Tony.
Hmm.
She always calls me a snake. I just drop everything where I stand.
A snake. Yeah, you gotta go up there and uncoil then.
No, I just shed my skin wherever I am.
Right. And their drawers are easier to put on if you got them right there, right?
Well, you can pick them up and wash them.
starting to puff out at the hips.
Did you see the movie?
No.
I think it was called Mermaid. John Candy was in it, and
Come on.
he had like a secretary that was kind of like losing it with her mind, senile or something. And
Wasn't
she'd
that
come
like
to work
from the
with her.
70s?
She'd come to work with her underwear on the outside of her clothing,
It's a comedy.
her bra on the outside, and
It's disgusting.
That's what Madonna did when she got started.
Yeah.
Wore underwear on the outside, right?
I thought she was still doing that, Kiko.
Probably. From the looks of it, she should probably put it over her mug, but what am I to judge, you know?
mm,
Who knows?
Have you seen a recent picture of her after the surgery?
Yeah,
No.
she looks like a duck.
did she have some facial surgery?
No, you'd never know.
No, she had her pussy tightened up.
Huh, Simon? Made her look 50 years younger, right?
Where's that dog barking? Where's that coming from?
Fucking dogs. These dogs
Simon,
are in.
Gary, we
These
told you.
dogs are in sync, man.
Is that your dog, Tony?
Gary's dog watching again, right? Are you dog sitting?
No, they were
No,
here, but I
don't
wasn't.
think
I
those
wasn't.
little things would make that kind of a bark.
No, I wasn't doing the dog sitting. No, the
Don't sound
owner's
like-
here.
It
When
don't
the
sound
owner's
like a
home, he does
chihuahua.
the dog sitting.
It don't sound like no chihuahua, that.
No, that's no little yappers there. That's
No, these are the ones that come here are Pomeranians.
Pomeranian. Suck
I
my
do not recommend anybody buying a Pomeranian.
my aunt had 2 of those things, and I hate it.
They make
I
it
hate
easy
them
to
too.
kick them.
I
They
hate
make it easier to kick them airborne. You know.
Is that your
And
dog barking,
everybody
Tony?
says they're so cute. Oh, so cute, so cute.
Y'all Askell here.
That's his neighbors, or that's the street dog.
No,
Yeah.
they're just whoever decides to take care of
I
them.
thought maybe Michael snuck onto the set here.
That's
With all the
that's
dogs
the
barking.
that's the
My God.
Filipino name, isn't it, for dog?
Askell.
Askell, yeah.
Aso is for dog, Callier for street. So it's a street dog.
Do they have that? Do they have that in Thailand too? The dogs around the streets?
No dogs to be found anywhere, Gary.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
dogs.
a million
In the
of them.
restaurants.
Gary. Dog
They
unit.
do. Do they have them?
It's a real rough time.
Kristen, do they have the dogs around the streets like Philippines?
Yeah,
They
yeah.
do.
Oh, jeez.
And dogs, them
Everywhere
dogs
in the
mate
world.
you. Didn't mate no matter what. They have no shame in that shit. All they know is they're fornicating. You know, it's part of the cycle, part of the
In
process.
some places, Gary, they're even in the restaurants.
You're not allowed to kill an animal.
Yeah, if you like seeing 7 foot dicks, then watch dogs.
Actually,
Right.
I used to work for a company where the HR guy, he brought his dog to work, and the president would come once a week for a meeting, and he would bring his dog.
Christian,
that's
isn't it
exciting.
because it's mostly a Buddhist society?
That sounds
Correct.
exciting. What
Yeah,
country is
Yeah,
this?
okay.
Oh yeah, Buddhism. This girl is also a practicing Buddhist.
So don't take a fly swatter with you.
But does she put out? That's the
But
question.
my ex-girlfriend was also Buddhist too. So,
Does she put out or what?
and my ex-girlfriend, she didn't even eat. She was a vegetarian. Now this girl is not a vegetarian, but
Bubba.
Tony. It was outer space. It was totally Plutonic.
yeah. She also didn't eat garlic and onions. My ex-girlfriend. So it's very hard to
Wow.
go to a restaurant and
She had
anywhere.
cock
You know?
breath.
But her breath
She's-
smelled good.
She had cock breath though.
Breath without the S.
Oh no, the boss is home.
You know,
Oh, my.
that's 2 things the devil don't like. You know.
Speaking of onion and garlic, Maria's home.
The
And
boss
she
is
sucking
home.
dick with garlic like a vampire thing.
She's a white collar
No,
worker
you
now.
know,
Wow.
they say that monks. Well, I don't know about Thailand
Wild
monks, but
Wild monks.
Vietnamese monks do not eat onions and garlic because they have a way of making them horny.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, I bet they stay away
Who the
from
fuck you
oysters
been
too, huh?
listening to?
Onions
You
and
read that?
garlic.
You read that out of Roberts report?
Oh yeah. Someone on the internet told them, Tony.
Oh well, I guess it's good
Yeah,
then.
there you go.
I get
So
this.
they don't eat onions and garlic, and either does a lot of their very strict followers. Now she was
Well,
a very strict follower. She had a one room dedicated to her praying room.
I want to see if that gets me ass.
Definitely no onions and garlics allowed in there.
Yeah, definitely not.
I'm having problems. Okay,
But the girl I know in Thailand, she's also Buddhist, like most of the people are in Thailand. But
Did you ask her to prove it?
yeah,
no,
you
I
grab her.
didn't,
Gary, that's another question.
I didn't ask her
That's
for any
another
proof,
question you
really.
forgot.
Did you
to
grab her by the
No-
back of the head and tell prove
No
it to me?
credentials, Gary. She gets to know your budget, but you don't get to know anything about it.
Well, she did show me pictures, so I know like she has that uniform and
Oh,
she
yeah.
went on places,
In front of a
Yeah.
medical school. One tried to
She
scam me.
She introduced me to her mother. I noticed that the fathers, even in this is the second Thai person I know, the fathers sort of like stay in the background. You don't see them much,
Hang out with them then.
or at all, really.
Because they're busy
But-
sitting in the easy chair, scratching themselves
Smoking
and
that,
watching
smoking that
football.
fucking smoking that opium, man.
And drink. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they
Yeah.
always seem to, and the fathers always seem to have a couple chickens.
A couple of chickens. Are they choking them?
You got to
Okay.
choke something, right?
Kind of like their hobby,
Yeah.
I'd like to have a couple chickens too.
Depends if he eats onions and garlic or not.
Yeah, man.
But I did meet her mother.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Her tits hanging under her knees.
That must have been an
And
interesting meeting.
as soon as I met her, like 3 days after I met her,
She
there
wanted
was like a group, a conference call with her oldest daughter.
Oh, my.
Conference. Go to the fucking conference. Right? That conference
Yeah,
involves
conference
a lot
call.
of- Ain't a
Wanted to
conference.
know some
The
things.
interrogation, Tony.
She wanted to know some
Interrogation.
things too. She wanted to know some
Yeah.
things.
Are you got any STDs? Ask you that.
She wanted to know, like, if
Pull that
I
bank statement out again. Let's re-verify
if
it.
I
Yeah.
understand about the Pure Land.
The fucking what?
The Pure Land, and I do understand about the Pure Land because the Buddhist
They're
thing.
talking they're
I
talking
know
about
the
muff,
Buddhist stuff. I know the
Muff.
Buddhist stuff.
muff.
For me.
That's what we're talking.
Yeah. Is that what it is, Tony?
Muff, yeah.
At the Y? Eating at the Y?
Yep. Eat it to Y. Yep.
Pure
Yeah.
Land.
Pure land. I don't think
You
after
gotta
43
do a
years
lot.
it's very pure.
You gotta do a lot to get to that goodie, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Too much
Sounds
work.
Sounds like she's taking you very seriously. If she
Oh,
well,
even did
she
that.
she is discussing also about building another room
oh, fuck. You're
on
gonna pay
the
for it.
house.
Oh.
That's your bedroom.
Because right
That's
now I put one
that's
bedroom.
coming from your pocket, not hers. Trust me.
That's all right. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's really just your dungeon.
Well, actually, she did suggest something to me. She said,
Send
Gary,
me a
so I was trying to think of something so you wouldn't be bored at home. And she
now?
said, I'm thinking you could teach English.
Oh,
And I
Lordy.
said, I think I'm going to be too busy learning Thai.
You should say I'm going to be too busy humping you.
Yeah. Frenching you.
I said, I may take a class. I was thinking about taking a class. And she said, no, you don't need a class. I will take, she said, I'll teach.
To show you how to do it?
I was thinking about taking a Thai class here before leaving, But I noticed that the language
Thai
they don't even
bullshit.
teach Thai. Thai is not a popular language to learn.
Well, then don't learn it.
You can learn Thai from videos here on YouTube.
I do. That's what I do. That's what I'm studying. That's what I'm studying.
In a man's bathroom in a club.
I'm studying right now. I'm studying this.
What the
I learned for that. I'm studying all the temples here. You know,
Get the fuck out.
studying all that stuff. I was learning it just by the symbols, but actually, I need to learn it by the name. Like if you're learning ABCs, you know, you learn it by the name ABC. You don't learn it by what the A looks like and the B, and then say A. You learn it by ABC and then know what it looks like. So I was learning it the wrong way. I realized that.
You're trying to read from the back forward, huh?
Yeah, I was reading it wrong.
What the fuck you doing on it again, man?
What I did is I'm just listening to how people talk, and if I hear the same word over and over again, then I ask someone what that word means. So then I remember it, but I can't talk long sentences with a Thai person. But I can understand when they're talking. Most of the things they are talking about, I can understand.
Yeah, actually, you know, that's one of my my process. I'm learning this. I'm going to learn the alphabet first and the consonants and vowels. I want to learn as a song that goes with the alphabet. So I want to learn actually the writing and the reading first, writing and reading, and then because if you know there's 40, if you know the 44 consonants, every letter has a word connected with it.
Yeah, but writing and reading is second hand because you can have one word meaning three different things with three different layers of your voice. So you wouldn't understand what you're talking about before you understand that.
Well, I'm talking about reading it. Reading it, if I'm reading it, there's no
different scenarios. It might have three different meanings.
There's marks on the reading. There's marks.
Three different meaning of the elevation of the way
there's tone marks on your reading, so you know the meaning.
Yeah, but you need to understand. But you need to understand the tone marking, what that means. What does that little V means? What is the little knot point means? You need.
It's a tonal language, so you know you have to understand that. We don't have a tonal language really in America. So, but what I'm learning is the reading and writing, and also the listening. So I understand. My pronunciation speaking is my last thing on my list for learning.
Yeah. So if you find three different things that the same word can mean, then you will start understand.
It depends on the tone of the voice you have when you use them words.
Yeah,
I'm sure that I'm going to be speaking to people, and
that's tough.
I'm going to be saying things that are not even intended.
Motherfucker.
You know.
Then you get your face smacked. That's all.
You suck on my dick.
But I did listen to some foreigners that let me get this mixed up here. I did listen to some foreigners that speak Thai pretty good. There's one guy. It's called Thai Talk with Paddy. This Australian guy, and it's very interesting to listen to them speak it. You know.
Who's this?
Foreigners speaking, and it's very interesting.
Hey, you know who that is, man?
That's the white collar worker.
Hello, Maria.
She's freelancing now.
Hi, Maria.
Hello, Maria.
Freelancing.
Hello.
How can Gary get laid? That's the topic.
I'm doing
She's
how's your job, Maria?
I've been a
Oh,
blue
that's
collar worker
better.
life.
Ah, big LBs now.
Yeah, she's on the big books now.
Oh yeah, so you have to dress up when you go to work, Maria?
Gary's in love now. A whole
Like a
show.
suit?
Yeah.
Like a suit or something?
What are you asking?
He cut you off, man.
He said
Oh
you have
yeah.
to dress very nice for this job.
Well, yeah, because they provided me all the uniform. So I've got
Nice.
to play
When you're cleaning,
shirt, 5 blouses.
Oh wow.
Nice.
Wow. It's good they gave you enough of them.
and Gary horny now.
White collar worker, Gary, like you.
Huh?
She's a white collar worker like you.
Oh yeah.
I'm a blue collar worker. I'm bottom
You
of
don't
the.
want, you don't want to get a jizz thing.
Tony, did you ever try to give one of your exes the French maid uniform and you get smacked?
No, I never did.
Yeah, she both work and do the dishes. That's 1 in a million.
I never had time.
Yeah, really.
Hey,
It's probably a different story when they're not live.
you'll come home and do the dishes.
Well, who
So
cooked the
they're
dinner? That's the main thing.
staring at that dishwasher. So I ain't doing shit.
He even texted me on the way home, what do I want for my dinner?
Oh, that's nice.
So what is it tonight?
What we having, Maria?
Goat shit stew.
Cod what?
Ah,
Morning.
Cod ball.
What is it?
I see
Fuck
your
is it?
messages, Dennis.
Cod?
Yeah, cod.
Cod.
COD, codfish.
COD.
Cod's good. Pollock.
That's the best
Cod.
whitefish.
Cod.
Yeah, cod. That's what you get on fish fries here. People,
Cod, haddock, or pollock.
yeah, addict. People usually take the cod here for fish Fridays. You know, fish fry Friday.
Christian, does Norway have its own form of like fish and chips, like the British one with fried fish and fried potatoes?
The fuck?
No, we have the same.
Yeah.
It's not
What's
different.
the name for that in Norwegian?
Stussiga.
Well, we say it in English, fish and chips.
Fish
Oh.
and chips. That's where our cod and haddock comes from, Kiko. It all comes from Norway.
Yeah.
Message is blocked. No, it's just nobody's paying attention to you, Dennis. That's a problem.
I think I would probably appreciate the food in Norway now more than I did when I was there.
Make a trip then.
Yeah, but Norwegian mostly don't use other spices than pepper and salt, so it can be a little
Those
bland.
two things are a lot of food.
But I did love the chocolates and things. The pastries were delicious.
Yeah, chocolate in Norway for me is the best in the world. I never
Mm.
never tasted anything like it. American chocolate is too sweet.
What about Belgium chocolate?
Oh, I love Belgium.
Oh yeah, Belgian chocolate.
Belgium
Yeah.
chocolate's the best
Is
for me.
that more like a dark chocolate, or do they also have a milk chocolate?
Getting racial now, huh?
It's like chocolate melting on your tongue as soon as you put
Yeah,
it in your mouth.
it's not
really.
it's not a dark chocolate.
Hello, Dennis.
Dark chocolate's supposed to be good for you, you know, but it doesn't taste that great because it's so much percentage.
Wait till you get that poon, man.
It just
Yeah, you can take a bite or two, but
We're conditioned with milk chocolate here in the U.S.
Well, going back to fish and chips, Kiko, I can't eat
Dennis,
fish
I
and
just
chips
Dennis,
without. I've got to have malt vinegar on my fish.
Dennis, I shut
Oh
off
yes,
my
definitely. Malt vinegar's got
shut
to go
off
with
the
it.
YouTube. That's why you don't see that. King of Canada.
I thought Dennis was making bacon.
Well, he's going at it though. Maybe he's got the permission for the side trip.
I haven't had bacon for a while. It's so expensive in the store now. Bacon.
Making bacon, huh?
I like
$8
mine
or something.
super well done, crispy.
You gotta watch that show,
Yeah.
Just a Few Acres. Yeah.
put it in an air fryer. Bacon in an air fryer gets it that way, crispy.
I can't stand fatty, soft bacon. I just
Hey, you
Our
used
bacon's got
to
to be crispy, right?
yes, very crispy.
Yeah, but how's Gareth doing? I haven't heard much about him. lately.
I like crispy, but not charcoal.
Yeah. Gareth's still, he's still
I
eating
like
two
the salt, man.
and a hog.
He's on what side?
Brown sugar.
Is he in
I've heard
Poland?
because of his heart condition, he can no longer go to the Philippines. He was planning on going this December, but he can't travel that far now with his pacemaker.
Oh,
Like
or
really?
whatever.
Jack the Shelf.
Oh, really?
Just a guy.
Oh, jeez.
He can't travel.
Yeah, you're right. He was thinking about going in December.
Yeah, I thought he had an updated battery and all that. Maybe even a new unit, but he said his doctor recommended not flying that far. I guess.
Yeah.
Well, my friend's got an issue with his lungs, and the doc told him he couldn't survive a trip over here. So
That's
he's
a long
working.
trip.
He's working feverishly to change all that.
What's he got?
Yeah,
The
my-
COPD?
No, yeah, well, yeah, that and worse.
Mm.
He just,
I think in those cases it would be better to have many stops.
but
in
he's my sister-in-law's boyfriend now, so. So
Oh,
that's her.
he is a boyfriend now. LDR?
Yeah.
Is he
But
sending
when
money?
I don't know.
Wow, that's true love.
He no different than other people's shit. But
Yeah, I can send the lady money for what she used on the
cool,
internet
man.
to talk with me, but that's it.
Right, for a new load for her
Yeah.
phone, so she can actually.
I got a load too.
Oh,
Well, I got rid of my
You're
PayPal,
dreaming.
so I really
Yeah.
can't send money anymore. I got rid of
I
PayPal.
got DSBs, man. Dreaded sperm buildup. You know?
I got rid of
Fantastic.
PayPal. I don't send by Western Union. I heard though my Western Union was blocked, but I heard that they only do that for like a year and then you can get it back.
Yeah, when you send to many different people in many different countries, they will block it because they think you've been scammed because that's not normal.
They
But
block
then do
every-
they open it back up again?
Listen,
I think
If
you
I
need
call-
to. I think you need to visit some terminal and say
Listen,
you're
if
not
I-
being scammed. You're just a nice person
yeah.
giving everyone money.
if I call
Yeah, I
them,
think you're right about that
if I
because
called
I
them and I
was.
said,
I think you're
Gary's
right
an
about
ad-
that because
if I
I
call,
had some experience.
if I
They
call
sent me
them,
like a big
and I say,
paper or something. I had to fill it all out and things. Yeah.
Gary is being taken, he's a scammer. They'll block him right away.
Yeah, we can't
I
hear when two people.
I can't use Remitly anymore or World
don't
Remit.
mess with-
I got
I don't
my
mess with-
account been suspended from them.
You're dirty, man.
If two people talk at the same time, you need to talk louder than Gary, Tony,
Oh, yeah.
because your words will be just be.
No, but it felt good saying it though.
Yeah, he got it
You
out
need
of
to.
his system.
Hey,
If somebody wanted to block you, Gary, all they'd have to call up and complain, and they would shut you down without any concrete evidence. I'd say, Gary, he's this chick he's taking money from. She's a whore. They'll block that shit. That's why I don't use them no more.
So why
I
is the
did-
majority of them going to Nigeria?
Well, they're Indian
Yeah,
call centers too.
I know it. But I did cancel I canceled my PayPal account, so I can't send money through PayPal anymore. So,
Why'd you do that?
well, I don't need it.
We do.
Huh?
We do.
Hey, Gary, send me some money.
I don't
Yeah.
have PayPal. I can't
Let's
send
do a
anything.
test run, okay?
A test run, yeah.
Coffee, buy Simon a vodka. Or
Actually,
whatever.
I did a test. I did a test run with the Thai girl.
900. Send 900.
I did a test run with the Thai girl.
You
Good.
did, huh?
She got it?
The lemon test?
No, Kiko, I brought some Cornish ales home.
Oh, okay.
I thought-
Some
but
what?
That was Gary,
shows.
she told you that's just a test run. She saw your monthly statement, and that wasn't enough.
Now, actually, you know what she did with the money? She saved it, and she said she put it in a piggy bank. She showed me, and she said, "I'm going to save it for when you come here. We'll use it for trip visit some places."
Oh, you'll have to kick in 900 more.
Yeah.
Ask her what place on the shelf with all the other piggy banks yours is at.
It's a pretty big piggy bank too. I was really
You got
surprised.
initials. They got initials in black magic marker.
Well,
But
listen,
we
now,
never know. We don't even know yet if we're going to be together. You know, I won't know that
Right.
until I visit.
What
You
do
know.
you mean? You're
Right.
exchanging. You're exchanging money. You're exchanging
it
money
doesn't matter.
ideas like
Keep
you're
sending
No,
exchanging.
it's just a test to see if I could get it there.
Just keep doing
You're
the test
exchanging.
runs. That's all.
You're exchanging money shit like you're exchanging bodily fluids, man.
What were you
Can-
saying, Simon?
can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm not going to say it in private. I'll say it live like I always do. But I just want to apologise to Christian if he upset you.
You
At
did.
the time. The time was the time. And I'm not going to go back on it. The rap days and when I stood up and said what I said. If he upset you, I apologise.
Yeah, the problem for me is that if you cannot say that you know that I'm not the rat, then we still have the same problem.
No,
Because
but
that is what I need to hear from you, that you don't believe I'm the rat.
I don't believe that now.
That you love them.
Okay, then our issue is gone.
Yeah, I don't believe that now. You know what I mean? But at the time, you was there, Christian. There was a few invited. I'm not going to go back on it. And I stood up when,
That was brutal.
when there were certain people on, and I asked Dennis straight out. But everybody kept quiet, and I thought to myself, well,
That was like 3 years ago.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
hey,
if the person that knew who the rat was would just tell who the rat was in the first place, this case would be finished a long time ago.
yeah. So I apologise, Christian. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
If I upset you, I apologise.
Yeah. So thank you for the apology, and it's accepted.
And I don't. I'm not going to do it privately. I'll do it live. So there's people there that can listen.
Yep. It takes a bigger man to own up to what he thought was wrong. So
Tears to my eyes.
And that's why I wanted to get up on the panel on the live.
fair play to you.
Yeah, not in private. When it's live, so everybody can hear.
Okay, so let's start busting each other's balls.
Yeah.
Let the ball busting commence.
We can all have a laugh and a joke.
Gary
But you
fell
bring
off.
the other like wanker here.
Hey, Maria's changed out of a white collar now, Kiko, to a hot pants.
Oh, really?
And I'm still advertising Maria on my channel. I've been doing that all the time. So
Yeah, I seen that, Christian.
Oh, thanks.
Speaking of hot,
I'm not been active
Simon.
on my channel.
Maria's not been active on YouTube for a while.
What's your,
I saw she had I saw she had the live stream some time ago, but
well, you're working full time, right?
Yeah, I have no time to do anything now.
The last
Right.
live stream she did when we was in Cornwall, I didn't even
Quit
know
the job. What's
live.
more important, YouTube or the job?
Yeah, YouTube. Listen, my
No.
YouTube. If you look at my YouTube channel, it's about pigeons. And
Most-
I get more
Yeah.
views than Sir Christopher
Your,
Wren.
your
And-
fellow Brit thinks more about his YouTube
Yeah, but-
channel than he does his family.
Yeah, but you're not making any money out of it. I'll tell you that now.
No matter.
I'll tell you that now. I do it to help people, and I've got messages to back it up.
Oh,
having a
Ziggy.
YouTube channel is like having a sari store.
Can
Yeah.
if you want to
24
make any money, if you want to make any money out of YouTube, you have to put a video up every day.
Hard on it.
Every day.
Yeah.
but
And even then, you're only getting $3 for 1,000 views.
Yeah, so like $2 to $3. It depends. It's not much compared to if you work with.
And then there's bullshit about if you give us what is it, a super chat, that YouTube gets 30% of that money.
Yeah, YouTube takes 30%.
California.
Well, that's one thing. With no PayPal, I can't send super chats anymore.
Well, if I'm going to give someone money, I'd rather just do it PayPal, so I know they're getting
You can
every
you can
cent of it.
Yeah, me
you
too.
can
Me too.
you can send money to someone super chat with your Visa card, Gary.
No.
Okay,
Whatever I
Wait, did
make
you get
mine.
those cleared up? The Visa cards or the MasterCards?
Yeah, I did. I got the money back on that. Somebody charged $700 at some hotel in Texas.
some.
Oh, that's when you were
Amazing.
down
They-
visiting your
Hey,
brother.
that was you, man. You were
no,
down there.
it was in an area that I don't go, Houston.
You
So
forgot.
they canceled the account and sent me a new account.
Very good.
New card.
Very good.
And then I had somebody that charged on my other card for an Amazon sale or something, and I didn't catch that one. They caught it. This was Charles Schwab. They caught it and canceled the account and sent me a new account.
Charles Schwab.
But that
But now what I do with the credit card is I lock it.
But Simon, the schmuck in Philippines, no matter what he tells me, I will never make him a friend again.
Well, I understand that, Christian. I understand that because there's been recent drama, but hey, who are we to judge?
Yeah, it's too much drama all the time, and a man complaining more than a girl. That's strange for me.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. But like I said, who are we to judge? You got to live and let live. That's their business.
Yeah, of course.
What is your plan now, Simon, for going back to the Philippines?
Well, I tell Maria every year I want to go to the Philippines. Now Maria's a white-collar worker, I'll tell you straight.
Oh, yeah.
I said to Maria, now you're a white-collar worker, you can stay here for the next 10 years and you can send me some money and I'll go to the Philippines.
There you go.
You can send me some income. I've worked since I was 15. I've had enough.
Tell her only $1 million a month. You can live on that.
Well, that's what she wants. She said to me, when we go to the Philippines, we need $1 million peso for 4 weeks.
Yeah.
So I said, well, you stay here and I'll settle for $500,000.
Uh-huh.
You send it me.
Yeah, we just need a bed and a TV, and we are set to go.
Hey, I don't even need a TV, Christian. I can make my own. I can make my own entertainment.
Right.
I don't have a TV now.
Well, I don't watch TV. Very rare I watch TV.
Me too.
Yeah, I watch TV when I'm down with my brother and eating dinner. That's when I see TV.
Yeah, but
rest of the time I don't see TV.
Yeah, don't watch the mainstream, Christian, because it's all bullshit.
Yeah, it's just crap. No, we look at Netflix or Viaplay and some movies. Just
yeah.
Hey,
I haven't seen any news in years.
Kristen, do you ever see that? There's an Aussie guy in Thailand. His channel is Johnny. There's something happening.
Yeah, I've seen him.
And I think he's in what's it called, Hua Huin.
Yeah.
The town across the bay. Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
he's got a nice Mark II Escort, Kiko.
Yeah, and the guy's just funny. I like him. He's got a great personality. I love Aussies and their accents. And
better than the wanker.
I used to watch Kev in Thailand, but he's deceased now. But he was a great guy.
That was a good one too.
Can you say the name again, Kiko?
Johnny, John.
There's something happening.
Yeah.
There's something happening. Johnny, there's something happening.
Yeah,
that's the name of the channel.
I've watched him for the last couple of years, Kiko. He's funny.
Yeah, he's got a girlfriend and she has her own young son. But he does go around and show different things about Thailand. So it's
but he also
entertaining.
He also does the clickbait with his his partner.
I hate
You
clickbait.
also have another good channel.
Right here.
Just trying to remember his name again. It's a long time since I've been there.
There's that Canadian guy too, right? Something that retired.
Oh, he's a
Retired
good
in
guy.
Thailand or something.
I think
Yeah.
his name is Daniel. Dennis.
Yeah, he puts out a lot of information for that country.
Dennis knows that
foreigners.
guy. Retired and working for you.
Yeah, retired and working for you.
Land
He's a
of
Canadian.
Smile, Land of Smile, Thailand. That's also a good channel.
Land of Smile.
That other guy, he's got a great. His wife is.
He even built some rooms for people to come down there and rent cheap.
And Gary, the other guy's channel is Retired and Working for You.
Oh, okay. Let me write that down. Retired.
That's a Canadian
Retired
guy.
and Working for You. He's a
Dennis
Canadian
knows.
guy in Thailand.
I think he's from Toronto. I don't know, but he's married to I think a Korean lady. They have a daughter and a son.
Oh, I don't know. I never saw any of his family.
He's a natural at entertaining. That's why I like that guy's channel so much. He's not like us, just shooting the shit. This dude puts a lot of work into his stuff.
I was surprised how much motorbikes cost in Thailand. They're very cheap. Yeah.
Well, then you can suck in all the exhaust.
Like
Go to
a
Vietnam. Go to
A
Vietnam.
Honda
That'll
Click.
give you
A Honda Click is less than
Click? What'd you say?
Click. Is only like
It's
less
automatic.
It's less than $2,000.
Yeah,
Click
but
or
Garrett,
Click?
don't even think about getting a motorcycle when you go to Thailand. Don't do it.
Yeah,
Kill yourself.
It's okay if you have your lady driving it, but
Hey,
if I were you, I would not drive a
No,
motorbike.
you know what?
I'm not getting in any two-wheel vehicle.
There's a spot here where I would drive to and then take they call it a motor here, take a trike ride.
Oh yeah, they call it a motor.
Because it depends where you go. But there's an area where I can drive to where I can catch one of those things in town anywhere that they don't have any parking.
Hey, Gary, have you booked your trip to Thailand yet?
No, not yet.
When are you going?
Actually, you know what? I was talking to a friend of mine. He's an Indian fella, and he said, "Forget about that Sky Scanner and Hopper and all those things." He said, "I will find you a ticket, Gary, and save you a lot of money." He travels a lot. And
it's if you're planning to go anywhere in Asia, it's smart to book the ticket a couple of months before you're traveling to get the lowest prices.
Okay. Yeah, I thought I was doing January.
I go back home in first week of November because you can do it a year to the return date has to be, within I don't forget X amount of time.
Tony, what are you there on? A tourist visa or are you on a?
Yeah, I'm on a tourist. I got that house thing going on, so I don't want to devote any, get sidetracked with that shit. Yeah, the biggest increase is the second when you have to renew it the second time. That's 168, I think. After that, when I go back in December, it's the amount I paid when it isn't 168 no more. It's cheap.
Yeah, I forgot what live stream I was on recently. There was a guy in the Philippines. I guess his Philippine wife passed away, so now he's like got to leave the country or something, or find a different.
What happens when you have a 13A and your wife dies? You're automatically on a tourist visa.
Oh.
So
Hey Tony, is that you? Is that you for good now in the Philippines, or are you going back to America?
no, well, my son's wedding next September. That's it.
Yeah, but is that only a flying visit?
That's it. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
just a bit.
He's there. He's a lifer now, right?
I'm there a little less than a week, I think.
So, have you got any chickens and pigs yet?
Nah, man, I've been hemming and hawing about
Wait till he gets moved onto his property.
the business class because then I got my own freaking thing. It folds down like a bed and all that good shit. They want $5,000 for that. So the premium
Jesus.
economy give me a late. I cannot fly coach. I can't fly coach. There's no freaking way, man.
Just have a seat near the emergency
I know.
exit.
Yeah, emergency
when
exit
I
aisle.
when I look
Yeah.
that up, they're gone all the time.
When you get that
Ah.
seat near the emergency door, you got plenty of leg room.
I know you
Yeah,
do.
yeah.
That's coach seat. I can do that, but I've never been able to catch that.
So how much extra are you going to pay for the upgrade? It's a lot, isn't it?
Premium is around 2,000 instead of it's about 400 more.
Round trip?
And business class, which they're eliminating. They're eliminating what
Good.
what's first class. It's all business class. That is about right now. It's 5,800.
What?
What airline?
Anyone.
Food shopping now.
In 2018, for $2,000 US, I can fly 2 times to Thailand and 2 times back.
Wow.
I'm gonna hit because it's hard to find when Philippine Airlines advertises. So the first week of November or October, I'm going over there.
Christian,
Right
where
where-
do you go through? You go through Doha or Abu Dhabi or
Doha.
Norway?
No, I take direct flight.
Really?
Doha.
Yeah,
Oslo to Bangkok?
yeah.
Nice.
11,
How many hours?
11 and a half hour.
Wow,
What way
very
would
nice.
I fly?
North.
Any
Depends
which
what
way
airline
but
you
loose.
take.
North.
You can do like Tony and go east. Which
Gary, the
would-
shortest
Washington to Doha.
the shortest time period by a couple hours is going east instead of west.
Yeah, but you got the
Okay,
trade
I'd be
winds
leaving.
going
I'd be
west to
leaving
east.
from Dulles. I'd be leaving from
Right.
Dulles.
So you
Yeah,
go
you
east.
go east. Go east.
Dallas or Dulles?
You go to
Is
east.
that safe to go east?
Yeah, of course.
Is that Dallas, Texas?
You
Yeah.
go east. They fly down a certain path, and when you're in the Middle East, they fly down the middle.
Christian, I've heard of 2 instances when you were mentioning that someone wanted to go to Dallas and they got in the line in the gate to go to Dallas, Texas.
Yeah.
And
I saw
another
that.
Hey,
was one wanted to go to Oakland, California. They got on a flight to Auckland, New Zealand, because they sounded similar.
well, who allowed them on the plane to begin with? I mean,
This
what the
was
fuck?
way before computers, man. This was
Yeah,
back.
they have this joke in World's Craziest Car Race 2 or something,
Yeah.
where there are 2 people trying to cheat, so they don't want to drive all the way. They just have a car in Dulles,
Yeah.
but they booked the wrong flight, so they.
I can tell you,
I actually
Qatar,
saw a
Qatar
guy in
Airlines
an
is
airport
excellent.
one time, Chinese guy, confusing
Qatar
Dulles
excellent.
with Dallas.
Qatar is excellent.
And it's easy to do when you listen to, the sound. For a foreigner, it's just pronunciation, Hello?
Qatar is
Oh.
excellent airport, beautiful.
Yeah.
and- oh, man.
So yeah,
They
Gary,
fly
you'd
out-
probably go east. You'd probably go to Doha.
Yeah,
or-
they matter of
somewhere,
fact,
and then
you
there to
chip
Bangkok.
off about 2 hours, 2-3 hours going that way.
He's frozen, so I don't know if he can hear.
Yeah,
It don't matter. He'll ask.
he's
he'll
got
be
a
saying
frozen happy face.
Santa Claus. Somebody's tickling his scrotum right now. Oh, very good.
So, by the looks of Tony, he has had more than 2 beers.
Yeah, I've had 1, 2, 3,
Christian, is
4,
there just one
5,
particular
6,
airline that flies straight from Oslo to Bangkok? Or?
9. 9 beer. 5, 9.
Gary's back.
I keep getting kicked off.
You guys are turning me into alcoholic.
I think your landlord's cutting your internet on you there. They
I
want to up
see
the
my
rent.
I see my thing going into a spin, and I see Tony's going to a spin, and everybody
My
else is
thing.
fine.
My thing. What's my thing, man? You getting gay on us here or what?
Spinning thing.
Ah,
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
I can.
I think I'm gonna go. It's 1:30
No,
now.
no.
Yeah.
Haven't eaten yet.
Let
Haven't
your
eaten.
girlfriend in Thailand sleep. Don't try to contact her now. It's middle of the
Yeah.
night.
No, I
I
don't
love
think
you. I love you. Well, I just don't know what to do.
Oh, I did get advice on that about using that word. I love you.
We always give you advice. What the fuck you talking about?
It
You've been
wasn't.
getting
It
our shit
wasn't.
for
It
2
wasn't from you
years.
guys. It was from my friend in
I know
California.
it wasn't.
She said, don't tell her that, Gary, because that will make her uncomfortable.
Why, Gary? Why
Oh.
does that have to come from somebody else when we've been telling you that for pretty near 3 years here?
Who's the person in California? Is she also a Thai?
No, she's African American, and I've known her
She's
for.
another
She
chick.
was in the military with me at Andrews. She's a nurse. She was a nurse, and
She your age?
she's exactly my age.
Wow.
Fuck.
Must be retired now. Huh?
I met her in 1972, Christmas of
I was
1972.
11 years old. Huh?
Damn.
Sorry,
And,
Kiko. My brother called.
Oh,
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah, the flight company I used was called Norwegian, but
Oh, Norwegian Air.
yeah, but when the crap came, they stopped going there
Oh.
directly.
Are there any other choices direct from Oslo now?
You're gonna pay through
Yeah,
your nose.
they
for
have one
that.
company starting up in, was it October or November? It's a new company. I don't remember the name, but yeah.
Hey, Christian.
Yeah.
Are you able to travel now unvaxxed?
Yeah.
Good.
But I see it's rolling out a new version of the crap, so I think in December everything will be closed again.
Yeah, because next year is another election year in the state, so it'll happen.
Yeah, it's already happened. It was, I don't remember what country it was, but it was one country. They said that everyone visiting the hospital now must be tested, but the hospital say no, that's not going to happen.
They say that for flying here too now.
Does Thailand
Just
have
a-
any requirements right now?
No.
Just that test.
Thailand,
Just-
no requirements in Thailand.
There's that nose test here where they swab your nose.
Philippines still has a swab test, right?
I think
That's
the
all it
King
is.
of Thailand.
They said like a month ago that everything in Philippines like that was
Yeah.
stopped.
That's all it
Well,
is.
Except for
prior
a
to
test,
my visit,
though, I think.
prior to my
No,
trip,
it says about the test too. It's not
Oh, okay.
not required anymore.
Well,
prior to my trip, I'm going to go down to the
Well,
Thai
Coming
embassy.
in here, you got what's that? I forget what it's called.
I'm going to go down to the Thai embassy and ask them what requirements.
Not to draw
No requirements.
to draw attention away from Biden. They're talking about these people doing this shutdown shit again.
Oh boy!
It's always the way it's going to happen.
Oh sure.
I was thinking of opening up a business, Christian.
He'll piss himself, man.
Selling some unvaxxed sperm.
Yeah, I've been into the same idea actually.
I'm ready to go in and get another shot. Really.
No, Gary, don't do it.
They don't
A
do
little
shots here.
booster, just a little booster.
Hey,
Listen.
It doesn't
I
help
would
for shit.
volunteer.
Gary, you can take Coca-Cola in your blood. It will
Gary.
do the same. It's
Gary,
just shit and crap. Haven't you read
Gary,
the news?
here's
Well,
what
I
happened to me
like
when
it.
I came here. I got 3 fucking flus consecutively from everybody in the house. When I went to the doctor, my left lung was full of. It was hard
it was full of fucking fluid. So I had to take these pills and do this nebulizer thing so I could live because I was down on the floor.
The
I was
European
down on the floor choking.
the
It
European
scared the shit out of me.
Parliament has proven that they said that if you're not vaxxed, you will infect other people with it. But they have the European Parliament has proven that the vaccinated are the persons that gives the other people the most.
Yeah, even more susceptible. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, even Tony knows because I remember when Tony had his jab and his heart was beating at fucking a million to one.
Killed me, man. Fucking.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
I had chest pains like you wouldn't believe.
You know what I feel?
I didn't go to
what
the
happened.
I
I
didn't go to the
told
hospital.
you. I told you about my mother going to have her 99th birthday. She
Yeah.
now has problems in her arms and her legs, which we've heard the symptoms of this shot were blood clots, correct?
Yeah.
There are days
Correct.
when my mother says she can't even lift her arms because they feel dead. Because I feel she has blood clots in those extremities.
Well,
And that did not happen in up to 97 years of her life until she had those jabs. Okay. And now she's having serious limb issues with blood clot symptoms.
My mother's going to be 87. She got the shot with you, whatever, 85. She had no issues. So they either gave her a saline shot,
right,
or they fudged the paperwork.
And there were different batches too. Some were.
But dude, you know, it's like when you got the
not.
flu. They give you a shot when you got the flu. You either hit the strain right or you don't. You know, when it works for you, it doesn't keep you down. You know, you can still get up and do what you got to do. But they don't offer shots here, man.
All I can say, Tony, about Gary, he's had 5 shots. He must have an immune system like a rat because he's still here.
Yeah.
Well, I also got 11 vaccines to get travel.
There you go. Yeah. So
that was 2-3 years ago, man.
He's like a pincushion.
You like that clown.
Don't need anymore. Although my typhoid maybe that's only good for two. That's only good for 2 years. That may be wearing off.
Typhoid, Gary.
Typhoid.
There's no that vaccine. In my opinion, they can't. It takes 7 years to grow a vaccine that'll combat a disease. They brought that fucker out in 3 months.
What you don't understand, Gary, you can die from vaccines too. They have a lot of side effects. Every vaccine has many hundred side effects.
Christian,
you don't need to take more than you need.
Yeah, well, I don't take. I mean, I don't overtake. I mean, I take.
You have taken 5 already and thinking about the 6th. How many is enough for you?
Well, I just go by what the VA recommends.
But don't listen to the VA. Listen to the American, the European Parliament. They are experts, not a doctor or shit in any government. When you start listening to what the government say and believe the government don't want anything bad to you, then you need to start thinking again.
They tried to control.
Maybe the 5's enough, you know.
They tried to control this with this other thing, and they found that they couldn't because there was uprising people. We're not going to deal with this shit.
Well, I've got one question. Where's Fauci now? We don't hear from him now. Why?
I think he's retired.
Underground fucking.
He made his money.
Yeah, he's made his money. He's gone underground.
He retired, yeah.
Yeah.
When I went back to Walgreens here, and I told that guy what happened with me, because I got the shot at like 10 a.m. and by 6 p.m. I started having problems like clutching, like chest pain. When I told them what happened to me, they all looked shocked. Because it was new, and everything was new at that time.
Oh yeah, right.
And I thought to myself, what's the chance of this happening twice? And sure enough,
You have
Yeah.
that problem anymore at the all the pulse?
I'm not taking no fucking booster, nothing.
There you go. But I don't blame you,
Nothing.
Tony. Don't do it. Don't
And
fucking take
anybody
anymore.
out there that's listening, if they haven't had it, fuck that. If you don't take it,
There
don't.
you go. So
Don't.
I don't
Because
blame you.
it nearly killed me, and I ain't shitting you.
You're right,
I'm
Simon.
serious.
It used to be they took years and years, and they did lab
Took
studies,
years, at
But
least
listen,
7 years.
but
and they
listen,
actually
when
published the true results. This
when
one
this thing
happened
first
virtually overnight.
Well,
when
this
this
last
thing when
year,
this thing when
I
this
get the
thing
letter
first
from.
came out, when this thing first came out, the doctor lady on TV said it's going to be at least a year of clinical study and experiment, and they came up with it less than a year.
Yeah, but
Well, it
you're
was
the
an
guinea.
emergency. They needed to do it. It was an emergency.
Yeah, but everybody
No,
who's
no,
had
no,
it,
no. They rushed
they're the
their
guinea
fucking
pigs.
they rushed their diagnosis, dude.
Whoever's still here after the shot, lucky. There was a lot of people that had the
Yeah.
shot that are not still here.
And
I'm
if
telling
you really research this C word, you will find out that the first patent of this was
In the
asked for.
90s.
No, before that it was the 60s or 70s.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
first started with this and applying for a patent for this.
Oh wow!
Yeah. So when you understand that the government has tried for 50 years
Sure.
this shit, you
Yeah.
need to try to understand that they don't want you any good things.
You know what,
When
like-
a certain kind of American guy that never has any education in medicine says it's good for you to take this medicine because he believes in that, you need to understand. Even he didn't make Microsoft. There was someone else making Microsoft. Then he just bought it.
Correct.
And now everyone believes that he made Microsoft.
No, he didn't. He just changed a few things. That's Bill Gates.
Yeah.
Dude, I when you get to a certain age in life here, the bullshit it aggravates the fuck out of you because that's exactly what it is bullshit. And I did my shot so I could come here, and less than 6 months later, you didn't fucking have to do it. Because a doctor here, when I saw a doctor here about my lung, she said, "Did you have a booster?" And I ain't fucking getting no fucking booster, man. I'll tell you. And I told her what happened to me. Fuck that booster bullshit.
It's
You
like
know,
when I turned 40, it's like a light bolt exploded in my head, so I started to understand shit.
Well,
Sometimes I don't know if I'm having a reaction or it's just arthritis.
Well,
my two
we're old,
sisters
man.
that
We're old, you
ran
know.
my mother down there to get hers. I'll
I'll
never forget that, and I won't. I don't.
I have
That's
arthritis
something they
too,
shouldn't have done, in my opinion. When you've lived 96 years on this earth, you've got a pretty damn good immune system.
Yep.
To go, you know.
And what that other American said too is that we are too many people on the earth, so we need to depopulate.
Right.
But the problem is if we take every person in the world and place it in America, we still have plenty of room in America and other countries. So what he's saying is just bullshit. He's just afraid of not having enough food, so now he wants to make artificial food too. So he's buying up all the land, so you can't grow your potatoes or carrots anymore. Now it's going to be a lab potato you're eating.
Yeah, so all these people, who's gonna be their maids and who's gonna be their chefs?
Well, you're counting on all this bullshit going through,
and now they want a world without cash. What do you think will happen if everything is digital?
Hey.
What do you think happening?
That ain't happening because these fuckers would be so goddamn crooked in that shit. We'd be in worse shape than we are.
They already are, Tony. They already
already are. You can go in some. You can
ends.
go in some shops in Sweden now. They don't take cash. You need to use your credit card. If not, you cannot buy anything there.
I'm just saying, the paper's king. It always will be. Mark your words.
But anybody that does
They're
is
trying it
into
now.
that
They're chumming the waters
crypto,
there.
anybody that's into cryptocurrency, they are really hyped on that.
It's going to be backed by gold.
Yeah,
if
but
it isn't already.
if you do crypto in Norway, you need to tell the government, and they will tax you for it. So
Listen,
you can't do that here in Norway.
listen, they're throwing commercials out there that say gold is going to back it because before there wasn't a fucking thing. So anybody that bought into that shit without it being backed by anything's a fucking idiot.
Like 5 months ago, I got a letter from the bank, which is obligated for me to answer to. How much money do I think I will put into my account in a year? How much money do you think that some people will put in your account every year? Are you going to do crypto currency? They have all these 20, 30 questions you need to answer. Because they want to control you and see that you're not making money without they having tax on it.
They tried that and they weren't successful that first go around. That bank I was in too, when I would go out there, I said, "Hey,
But if
I
you don't,
I want to withdraw $5,000." The guy goes, "Oh, we buying a car today?" They're fucking, fuck you, motherfucker. I got my money in the bank. Ain't none of your goddamn
but
business.
some banks now, when you try to take out money, they say, no, sorry, we don't have money here. We don't have cash here.
They are, what keeps them fucking from getting damaged is the fact that I don't want to go to jail. Otherwise, I'd have fucking bitch slapped that dude. Ain't none of his fucking business what I do with my money because the banks, because fucking Sleepy Joe has everything to do with that monitoring shit.
Yeah.
But everybody gives him a pass because he's a fucking Democrat. If that was a Republican that did that shit, moderate Republican, there would be no end to it. None of these guys got a secret portion to balance a budget anywhere in the world because if any of these guys were in business, which most of them are, they would lose their job for fucking shit.
So in this world, Gary, for those high-end rich people, you are a prime example of what they want. They want people who don't think. They just, I need a shot. I need to do this. I need to do this because the government is good for me. The government only wants goods for me. So they want people like you who don't think, stop and think. Just do what the government say you need to do. Or what they advise you to do.
That's right.
They don't want you to think you're by yourself because if you think by yourself,
I'm going by the doctor. What the doctor says.
The doctors say what he gets paid to say, and if the doctor don't say what Bill Gates say, he loses his license, so he cannot work anymore.
It's money for those guys. It's all fucking about money.
Bill Gates Foundation just bought a lot of shares of Anheuser-Busch.
Yeah.
If I ever need a new computer,
did you see what they did in Africa with the vaccine shit?
And India.
What they do?
Many 100,000 of kids died because they tested out some vaccines for Bill Gates in Africa.
They tried on the most destitute people in the freaking world.
Because they were not worth anything because they were poor people. So who cares?
I'm beside
but
myself.
But they don't highlight that on the news.
Yeah, right.
When it comes to that
why? You can talk about the most things in life, but that thing you cannot talk about. Why? Why? That's the only thing in the world you cannot talk about. Why?
Because they don't want you to know.
Yeah. They don't want you to find out. They want you to be a little good dog. Do what they say. Sit when they say. Lay down when they say. Live on $200 a month if they say so.
They found out that wasn't going to work.
Yeah. And if you don't do as they say, they can stop your bank account.
And stop
another thing is Bill Gates. He's probably one of the biggest landowners now in America.
Yeah, he was bullied when he was a kid. That's why he's acting like he's doing now. I was bullied too, but I still try to be nice to people.
Yeah, a lot of folks have.
He's gonna have all your fruit and vegetables that are grown on Bill Gates' land, and it's genetically modified.
Christian, is
You want to
pure
be a
evil, that's
dickhead, you
why.
get this motherfucker smashed over your goddamn head.
To them, other human beings are worthless. It's pure evil.
Yeah, they need to.
They
need
they
to
cover up the pedophilia. They cover up.
That list will never hit the media. I promise you.
I think
it's like
when
Oprah Winfrey. She's another one.
Yeah.
Another one.
Yeah, evil people.
But I don't understand how people don't see they're evil. I saw that like 30 years ago. Without
know
even
enough.
knowing them.
I know enough when I watch this. I go, why are people following this fucking? Why? I only have a fucking high school diploma and I can tell this shit.
Oprah Winfrey and that other.
I'm just hearing it now.
Oprah Winfrey and that other gay girl who has this show, the eligible show. No,
it's all a big club, so none of them blackmail each other.
We're not in the club.
You know what I find? You know what I find?
Whatever they want, and nobody tells what the
we're not-
reality.
Yeah, but hey, fair play to Mel Gibson and Denzel Washington. Fair play to them because they're coming out.
Yeah. But why did it take so many years?
Well, they may have had enough of that shit.
Nobody wants to be the one, you know. Nobody wants to be the one. There's
well, Mel Gibson was.
If you point out the truth, you're labeled a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah. Well, Mel Gibson talked about it many years ago, but none listening at that time. He talked about it already in the 80s. When he made that Lethal Weapon films.
I wonder if any of this affected Bruce Willis. Why he's the way he is now.
No,
Who?
I ain't got no.
Bruce Willis.
Depression, what, Alzheimer's? That's got nothing to do with him.
He doesn't have Alzheimer's.
But my brother has ordered pizza, so I need to go and eat a little. But if you're still on, I'll be back.
No, we'll be going, man. I mean, we've been on.
Good, Kristen. Good to hear from you again.
Is it?
Likewise.
Is it pepperoni?
How long have we been on here?
2 hours. You've been live for 2 hours?
No, 4 hours and 21 minutes.
Plus an hour before that. So,
but somebody.
Hey, Tony's pushed the boat out.
Boy, you're going to get money on this one.
He's trying to outdo Michael for the longest live stream.
Hey, that's 24
I don't need
hours.
This is
Tony, you need more beer.
I'm all out, man. I only cooled 8 of them.
Well, you didn't drink 8 during this live stream.
You drank 8 of them?
No, 9.
2 per hour?
I got 1 on the floor over there.
So you got more.
Okay, hasta la vista.
I got 2 cases.
Okay,
bye, Christian.
I got 2.
Take care.
I got 2 cases underneath my bed. So
The one on the floor over there, it's empty, probably. It's just a can.
Shut the fuck up, man. I threw them away, 2 away. So I got 1 on the floor. It's 3. There's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10.
Empty cans?
Tony's having a party.
Wow. And it's almost 2 in the morning there.
Empty cans, man. You guys make me drink, dude.
I'm just waiting for his wife to throw a slipper at him.
Yeah.
I only drink on Friday when I have live stream.
So is your wife, is it like Michael, your wife's laying there in the bed next to you and the light's on?
No, her and my
trying
son
to
are on
sleep?
the floor.
No, hey, if Tony's wife was laying there in the bed next to him, he won't be on his live stream.
Yeah. Well, I need somebody else's wife to hear.
It looks like you're sitting in the laundry room.
Laundry room? Well, you get
Why, just because the brassieres are hanging?
There's a hanging there.
Gary, that's
There
just
were
the washing
several.
line.
You want me to send you a
double
broadcast?
barrel slingshots.
That's just the washing line.
They don't fit me, Gary. They don't fit you. There you go.
Hey, Tony, don't be trying your wife's drawers on.
Is that the sister-in-laws or what?
I'll leave that for Gary, man. He's the freak here.
What are you trying to say, Tony? Gary's a knicker sniffer?
Where's the fishnet stockings?
Hey, Gary, you're not a knicker sniffer, are you?
Motherfucker, there. Well, I'm gonna go to sleep now, man. Believe it or not.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's time
almost
to
2 in the
quit.
morning.
Time to quit.
You need your beauty rest.
Anyway,
Yeah.
thanks for letting me on, Tony. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Well,
Don't think of your fellow Brit there and the fucking bullshit and the fellow.
Listen, I've got to be the American slave.
No, that fucker. I don't care if he's out there. That cocksucker ain't never gonna fucking be on there. He's probably there because we got 5 people. But I'm telling you, man. Maybe one day you see it. One day you won't.
Well, all I say, Tony,
That
is
motherfucker. He's full of shit. He's a piece of shit.
live and let live.
Yeah. Well, what can I say? Anybody puts YouTube before their family's a dick.
Correct.
hey,
You know
well,
what,
Ronald,
Huh?
if you're at the casino, see you later.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, Ronald's still here.
Nah, he's
I'm only
probably at the
saying
casino.
that because I'm a little fired up. That's all.
Ronald's putting them
All right.
dollars in the casino. Got it.
Good night. Go to
Everybody.
bed. Don't forget to watch your Packers on Monday morning or whatever it is. 4:25.
Well, the
Wake
Green
up early.
Is that the Green Bay Packers?
Yeah, that's his team. That's why he wears
Yeah,
that hat all the time.
I can tell by the hat. It's the Green Bay
It's
Packers.
filthy as a motherfucker too. It's filthy.
That's where the G
Wasn't-
spot is. Right up
Wasn't that the
Um,
Green Bay? Isn't that where the quarterback's been a quarterback for a long time?
I thought that was
Not
the
anymore.
He
I
went
thought
to the Jets over there by you.
I thought
Yeah.
that was the G spot hat.
Yeah, it is.
That's what I
That's
thought.
why I wear it. That's why I wear it proudly. Gee,
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, but
All right,
sometimes
well.
sometimes he wears a W hat, Kiko.
I got
Yeah,
that in the
for
box. I haven't.
wanker. That's for
I
wanker.
packed that too close to the top of the box.
Is
But I
that for wanker or is it for
Yes,
Wisconsin?
yes, of course it is.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
W
I thought
fucking
it was
win.
Wisconsin.
Well, it ain't
Okay,
for
well,
win.
I think you set a record on this one, Tony. 5.5
Well, I-
hours.
I want 5.5.
I hope you made a lot of money. Don't spend
Yeah,
it
me
all in
too.
one
That
place, huh?
20 cents of fucking interest.
You're a
in it.
YouTube sensation now.
Well, you might have made a bit more money because you let me on the panel, Tony.
That's
I
right.
was
Jacked your views way up.
Everybody follows the
I was
British.
hesitant about that.
And
too.
if Gary would have sang, you would have gone viral.
Yeah, especially if they tie that yellow ribbon round the old oak
Right.
tree.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Love that song.
All right, so
All right.
next year, next year.
Next week. Jeez.
Next week, Friday's the high day.
Friday.
Mm.
Friday.
As soon as
Maybe
Simon
you'll
gets
see,
off of work, takes care of the
maybe hear
pigeons,
me.
then he'll get on.
All right.
I'll come on
Yeah.
and bring you some more viewers.
All right.
Okay, horse.
Take care of the pigeons and Maria.
All right.
You're
I'll
all-
see you. I'll see you all soon. I'm
Take
leaving.
care.
Yo,
Good night.
Yeah.
thanks for coming.
Good night. Good night.
Leave the